In the early days of the video game and home computer industries, many attempts were made to bypass retail and to bring gaming truly online. One of those attempts was a company called the Games Network. 40 years have gone by and the story was never truly told. Today, I'm here with co-founder or founder?
Co-founder's fine.
Okay. I have just, some people get very antsy about getting that right.
Well, no, it's weird because Tom's dead now. but it wouldn't have been possible to do this without Tom because of his cable knowledge, from the cable, understanding what cable is about and capabilities of it, and his contacts in the cable business. But he was kind of at sea after that.
Gotcha. Okay, then I'll go with co-founder if you're cool. Otherwise, founder also works. So just whatever you prefer as a title.
Yeah, you'd probably go with founder. I was the president and CEO and chairman of the board.
Sounds good to me. I'm joined today by the founder of the Games Network, Larry Dunlap. And I didn't ask you ahead of time if I was pronouncing that right. I probably should have.
Sounds right to me.
Especially after we've just talked for so long. Okay. Larry, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Glad to have you. Glad to be had.
Glad to be had. Okay. Hey. So, Larry, let's start off where we always like to start off here with a person's background, their education. So, what is your educational background?
Slacker. We just had some of our friends over recently. We were talking about the educational system. So I graduated from a school in Indianapolis, Indiana, high school, with probably like a 1.7. It was terrible. I went to a school there right in Indianapolis called Butler University, and managed to almost get through the second semester before I was no longer welcome there. I was married shortly after that and went to a school in Murray, Kentucky, Murray State. And I was there for just a semester short of graduation before I managed to find my way out of that school as well. But the big thing and important thing to me was I made the basketball team, the junior varsity, but I made the basketball team, and that probably meant more to me than anything else.
Okay.
So educationally, and of course there was no computer training in those days. I graduated high school in 1959 and was out of Murray State by 1963. So I basically learned very little in classrooms. Turns out that's just not the way I learn. So in terms of I will say later in life that I have gotten some certification, like I have a certification from the University of Washington in data management and some things like that. So, and I made a living for quite a long time as a high-end consultant with Fortune 500 companies before I retired. So, how do I get there? I mean, that's, and I'll tell you what we're going to talk about today is the real reason why I did get there. I think that when we first communicated, I told you about my alley computer degree.
Yeah.
Street MBA and alley computer degree. So we'll get there for that. But that's the basis of my education formally, not how I actually learn. It's not the way I actually learn.
Okay, so you're not doing great in school, and besides basketball, are there any particular areas that are interesting to you at this time?
Yeah, actually two. One of them was singing. So I was in a vocal group, singing group that we started in high school, and I think that was so important to me because despite having poor grades, I was really involved in playing chess and doing, games essentially, and was in that nerdy group of kids who just don't fit in school, um, and then suddenly, in fact, I wrote a couple of memoirs about that time because we had some pretty interesting experiences later in life when the group. Well, let me put it to you this way. I think this is the best way to look at this. Something really bad happened to us that was really good. Or probably I should put it the other way around. Something really good happened to us that was really bad. While just shortly after we'd gotten out of high school, we went and recorded a song at a record studio, if you could call it that. It was really sort of a rundown joint. I can't even hardly explain to you what this little place was. But and this is part of the story of the memoir, so I'm not going to go into it in any detail, but it turned out that record ended up in Chicago on the charts on the WLS station there that covered about 2/3 of the country at night when everybody was listening to rock and roll music. So we're number 17. We open at number 17 on the charts, and down there at the bottom of the charts is the Beatles with "I Want to Hold Your Hand." So we're out charting the Beatles, right? 2 days later, every store in Chicago area has sold out of our record. The next week, we're like number 14. We're working our way up the charts. The Beatles are too, of course. And by the third week, we find out that from the record station that they can't get any more records. The record stores aren't getting any more records, so they don't have any way to measure the sales of the records. So we're falling off the charts. And we find out that the actual master that was used to record the records are either our producer in that ratty little studio overwrote it or did something because it was always out of money and didn't have enough tape. So our master was gone because nobody expected this thing to be a hit. And by the fourth week, we were still on the charts, but hanging on at the end. And then we were done.
Oh.
The following Sunday, we watched the Beatles on the Ed Sullivan Show. So the good thing was it was sort of fun to have that happen. And we went to Chicago and we did all these sock hops and things like that. I mean, we were treated like stars. It was like crazy. So for like 2 or 3 weeks, we were big stars. And we come back to Indianapolis and we're nobodies again. And slackers again, who just like to sing. We're kind of in trouble with our families because we're always spending our time singing and everything. And we decide that we're going to try to become a real band and play places. And that's where things start to head south. And I ended up in California with the band, and my family still left behind in Indianapolis.
Now, you were married already at this point?
Yes, because I was married, as I said, just before we went to Murray State. So we were and very happily married. It wasn't an unhappy marriage or anything. It was like what I was trying to do did not mix with what her parents were very religious. It just created such a wedge that when and I wasn't going to go to California with all my buddies. I wasn't going to go. But I was threatened with divorce, didn't really know what to do. And they called me and said, "We think we have a job in a dirty dive bar in Oakland, California. And
oh, man.
You got to come out here and play with us or sing with us, or we won't be able to get the job." And so I went out there with the idea I was probably going to be there for a week or two. We'd probably get fired anyway. And then I'd be back in Indianapolis again, but it didn't turn out that way. And we never came back. And we went on to, having a recording career and playing in Las Vegas, played at Caesar's Palace. And
what was the name of the band?
Stark Naked and the Car Thieves.
Oh, now that is an amazing name.
Isn't it?
I mean, come on. I mean, Stark Naked and the Car Thieves. I'm sorry, but no, the Beatles just does not have the same ring to
it. It was really funny because it was a mistake. We just heard somebody make up that name in Chicago. Later, it turns out Steve Allen is actually who actually made up this name. But we did the Steve
Oh,
Allen.
wow.
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah, and that was kind of the thing he was, at this on his show. I don't know if you remember this, but Steve Allen used to have two jars where he'd take a noun out of one jar and then a plural of some other noun in another jar, and he'd make up band names like, Fred and the Freeloaders, or, like that. And apparently that's what he did, Stark Naked and the Car Thieves. And somebody remembered that. We overheard that. And we'd been calling ourselves the Checkmates, and there was another band already that was pretty famous called the Checkmates. So we had to change our name, and we were playing in Oakland, actually, at a really nice club where we were just filling in. Somebody said, "What's the name of your band?" And I just said, "Oh, Stark Naked and the Car Thieves." That night it's on the marquee. Following that, well, see, Stark Naked Girls were part of the San Francisco tradition, the topless clubs, right? So this main society writer for the San Francisco Chronicle put this immediately in his column. Oh, there's Stark Naked and the Car Thieves playing across the bay in Oakland. And at what was that? Something Wharf. At any rate, so the next thing that happened, it was named after an author. Jack, he wrote about Alaska. Jack London Square. Does that ring a bell at all?
Jack London does, but yeah.
This was like that's a pretty hot spot. But this was just after that had opened, and this other band was going to open, but they couldn't get there right away, and so we were kind of filling in because we just closed out of our own dive. And this was actually a pretty nice club. So what happens is somebody from the topless clubs over in San Francisco comes to see us. I'm going to hire you guys for a year. I want to put Stark Naked and the Car Thieves on our marquee with all of our topless dancers. So for the next year, we shared dressing rooms with 6 girls who took off their clothes. Not going to go through the whole story of this, but I just to say that life-changing experiences going from kind of this. When I say I was a slacker in Indianapolis, I probably kind of was, but I never had trouble getting a job, and through connections or whatever, I always had really good jobs, but I hated them. So I would go for a few months, and I'd have to say, I can't do this anymore. This is not where I want to. This is not what I want to be. I'm not a desk jockey. I'm not a salesperson. I'm really kind of introverted. Oddly enough, after being in a band and stuff like that, it's hard to say, but still, it was horrible. So I already had a black name with my in-laws for being a, terrible provider.
I was about to say, I'm sure that they took the news wonderfully that you were actually on the same marquee as strippers.
Yeah, by then I was way too late. It was way too late. That was by that time, everything else was under the river, and there was already history. So, but it's one of those events that you really wish could have happened differently. But there wasn't any way for it to happen differently. And I kind of have to discuss that in the memoir. There was really only one way that could have gone, as much as it seemed like there might have been a choice in one way or the other for my wife at the time or not. There just wasn't. So it is what it is, and was what it was. So you can see I am definitely on my way to a big career in computer gaming.
Oh, definitely. This is it has computer gaming written all over it. So this brings us up to what, 64, 65?
Yes, about 1963, and then at the beginning of 1964 is when we ended up in California. That's absolutely right. And over the next 6 years, I stayed in the band. After that, I left the band and started managing the band and moved to Hollywood and became a Hollywood suit,
Yeah.
I had an office and, a little little penthouse office on Sunset Boulevard and walked the walk and talked the talk. Worked with, I learned under Seymour Heller, who managed Debbie Reynolds and Liberace. So that was I was making my bones with the young rock and roll bands that they were hiring that they didn't know what to do with them. So I was I was doing that. And after a few years of that, 3 years roughly, I put up my own shingle, started personal management on my own and publishing at the time. And that kind of led to finding my way into a recording studio. First in the San Fernando Valley. That was a very simple studio. It was basically just to rehearse my bands or to cut demos for record companies. But then something opened up in Hollywood on Sunset Boulevard that me and another fella got together on and opened up a studio at Sunset and Gower in the Paramount lot, right around the corner from Sunset Sound and all the record plant was farther out and like that, but right in with all the major studios. We could barely compete with them. And so really got overextended buying equipment and trying to keep up with it. Jones is there. And this is by the way, I have to say, during this time, I'm still playing games.
Okay.
With the band, we would play card games. I'd convince them on our breaks and things to play card games and things like that. But that's about all I could get out of them. So I was playing play by mail. Have you had much interest or thought about or know much about that?
I've never done it myself, but I have read up a lot on those early play-by-mail games, especially the way that they then influence a lot of the game design that would come later, especially in text adventures and things like that.
Right. So the one I played the most was Star Web. And I love science fiction. That was my other love. So those things fit together for me. And I was always fascinated with games. And the recording business was just impossible to keep up with anyway. But I hadn't given up until the owner of the building said, well, we want your space. The Olympics are coming to Los Angeles. And we want to use it. CBS wants to use it as their broadcast center, so I'm not going to renew your lease.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. So we were going to be done anyway, and I didn't mind. And that's when Tom Keith, who was my partner, I actually met him while I was in a band. And that's a whole other story and takes us in a whole other direction. So I'm just not going to go there. But let's say I didn't have to go in the draft. And thanks to Tom and people he introduced me to. So I didn't go to Vietnam, thank you, Tom. But Tom had gotten really, really sick, and I was visiting him in the hospital, and he didn't seem to have anywhere to go once he got well. So I told him, if you'd like to come and I got room in my recording studio if you want to come in and open an office and get back to producing and everything. And he did. And so he came back and did that. So I said, when this came down from the owners of the building, I said, Tom, I want to be a producer. Can you teach me how to do that? I got to get out of the record business. You can't trust anybody. I can see digital coming so fast. And people are going to be recording in their bedrooms before long. Every time I, do a deal with somebody for time, they end up not coming back to me and recording in their bedroom. I mean, not essentially somewhere else anyway. Handshake deals mean nothing. This business stinks. Yes. And he said, sure. So we tried to do a couple of things. And during this process is when I took I was remarried at this point, and I took the tax return money, or I think it was 1980. I think I told you it was 1979, but it's 1980. Mm-hmm. And I bought an Apple II Plus. with two disk drives. I mean, it was fancy,
Ooh.
you know. So, and as I said, I didn't know what to do with it for a couple of weeks. All I would do is I could get a blinking cursor, and I couldn't figure out how to do that. Finally figured it out. I had bought, and what is it? Asteroids? Game
Yeah,
Asteroids? Apple Panic, and a spreadsheet for that.
VisiCalc probably.
Yeah, VisiCalc, exactly. So those are the three games that I bought. And once I knew how to do all these things, I was like invisible for a couple of weeks. So I'm playing all these games, and actually a spreadsheet is a game itself. You know, there's so much stuff you can do with it. And that's when I'm wandering back into the office, or I'm talking to Tom, and I'm saying, you know, I had to pay $3,000 for this computer just so I could play these games. You know, that's too expensive for these games. Isn't there some way people could play these games remotely, like, you know, over your telephone, and use the telephone dial as a way to control it or whatever? Couldn't there be some way to do that? And he said, sure, cable television's made to be two-way. Why don't you think about it in terms of cable television? I don't know anything about cable.
Now, if I just may interrupt here for a second, because obviously a lot of our listeners, even younger than me, being the sprightly 40-plus-year-old that I am, when you say cable television was designed to be two-way, just give me a brief explanation of what you mean by that.
Yes. Cable by its very nature is coaxial, and it means you can send a signal in both directions. The reason it isn't a very efficient way to do it is because when you're sending out, broadcasting, you're only going one way, so there's no traffic. The problem with it coming back is you split by however many people are trying to use that bandwidth all at the same time. And it's what you see with Wi-Fi and everything else still these days. It's still the same problem of upstream and downstream, upstream being so much traffic on it. And at that time, listen, I knew nothing about computers. I was fascinated by one. I bought the computer. I had no idea why I wanted to get it. I just knew I was kind of in trouble with my wife at the time, because it was like, what did you do with what? And we never saw that money. And you've got this computer and you don't even know how to do anything with it, you know? So that was tricky. So Tom, as I say, had this. He was a movie director, and had experience with doing cable television, and knew the basics of all the technology that cable involved with. And so he said he thought that would be a perfect fit. And he said because he would go out and get investors for his movies, he said, I think I can get an investment to put games on cable television like that. I had no idea that this was nothing more than it didn't even qualify as a pipe dream. It was like a, I don't know, it was a passing thought, really. I mean, I think it'd be cool. I like the idea, but, you know, possible? No, not really. But he really nagged me to death. And as I did mention to you at one point, I wrote 3 pages of some type something. I'm not even sure this. I wish I still had that to this day. And then added a bunch of copies of ads from the computer magazines that were advertising computer games at the time. You know, Centipede and like you said, Choplifter, and all of these games in that era. And it made a hefty little package of maybe 20, 30 pages. Went to the Xerox store and copied 3 of them. And so Tom took 2 of them and sent them out to somebody. And I sent one to a friend of mine who actually had been involved with the recording studio with me, who was back in Utah, in Salt Lake City, Utah. This is where it starts to get really interesting. All 3 of those got a response. Now, I can't remember what the third one was exactly, but it wasn't even close, so we didn't even talk about that. But this one of them got a response from an insurance company on Wilshire Boulevard that Johnny Carson owned. And the people from there said, we think we'd like to invest in that. That would be a great idea. And they called and wanted to have a meeting with us to discuss doing this. And that was Tom and I. So they came down to our recording studio. We sat out in the recording studio. Well, actually, it was a conference room, and talked about all this. And they said, well, we like it. We would give you up to $5 million, but we'd give you $500,000 up front to actually do a test that this would actually work and could be, a real thing. So to put together that test, if it passes, then that's where we go. So after all that's over, and I think it was the next day on a Friday, I got a phone call from Utah. There's a lady on the phone, and she said, I've got in front of me this proposal you have to do games on cable television. Can you tell me a little about it? Sure. So we talked. She said, I'm going to hang up now, but you're going to get a phone call in about 5 or 10 minutes. Will you take it, please? And I said, okay. So a man calls me back, who's apparently president of this venture capital company. And we do the same thing. He asks about it, and I tell him, and he said, if I were to send you $50,000 in a cashier's check, I'll have it to you there by tomorrow. Would you not? Oh, I told him that we'd already. He said he wanted to meet with me. He said, no, we're meeting next week with these other investors. We pretty much already have a deal. And he said, well, if I send you this check for $50,000, no strings attached, you just take the check. Will you not take that meeting with those people until I can talk to you? You like that?
That's very, very nice.
Well,
now, just to be clear, at this point, your proposal is a pipe dream with you having no actual knowledge about how you would actually pull this off.
None.
Okay.
I mean, well, this is real conceptual idea of, okay, it's a cable that goes back and forth. This is a computer. Okay, I cannot kind of understand that, but how would we run it? How would we control it? None of that. It was like I said, this is insane, really. Absolutely insane.
This is the thing that can only happen in California.
It's so true. So you can see why I left Indiana.
It's a great place to be from, I hear.
It is, yeah, but I don't even admit it. So very many people. So I guess what happens is, of course, that you've got somebody that says they want to give you $5 million that come into our office on Monday morning, and we're supposed to sit down with them, and we're there trying to dance around figuring out how to not take it without chasing them away, which we were unsuccessful at. They said, you guys have got somebody else interested, aren't you? And they were pissed off, walked away. So we were stuck kind of. But then this fellow from Utah shows up. He says, how much money do you think you're going to need? And we said, oh, I don't know, $1 million, maybe $2 million. And he said, well, we do blind trusts up here, whatever those are, at the time. We can probably raise that much money. It's probably one of the biggest blind trusts we've ever raised. I was like, what? You actually are going to give us $2 million to do this? And they said, well, no, but we can probably give you $500,000 right away. And then, give us a couple of months and we'll give you the rest of it. And it was like Tom and I are. So, sure, but whether they needed a reality check or not, we did. At that point, it was serious. Fine. We'd gotten a $50,000 check. We'd split it. We had $25,000. But we are still interested in the idea, and it was like, how do we actually now have to make something work? How can we convince ourselves? Because we can't take this money if we can't make this work. That's fraud. We can't do that, So it turns out that there has been a girl who's been coming into my studio and working with some of the engineers and everything, and she wants to do an album, record studio business. So she overhears us talking about this thing we're working. It just sounds like something that my boyfriend would be interested in. And she said he's at Caltech. He's in the a graduate advanced department, and she didn't say which department, but over there. And I think he'd be kind of fascinated with this. And I said, do you think he would give us some advice on how we might set this up, you know? And his name was Steve Klein. And so Steve got on the phone with me. He might have come down to the studio, but I think we started off on the phone where he called me on the phone, and I told him what we were trying to do and all. And he kind of said, well, yeah, you can do that. You know, there's problems with the cable and there's things like this, but yeah, I think that's probably doable. And he wasn't excited about it, but just kind of, you know, I think maybe. And then he comes down and we talk a little more. And so finally he comes in with the girl, and the girl also says, if you'll give me time in the studio to make an album, Steve will do this for you. So we'll set up a model for you, you know? So of course, sure, you know, 150 hours. So I said, sure, you have the hours. Go for it. And so
okay,
Steve,
now just out of curiosity, again, I have to ask: 150 hours for recording. What does a normal? What's the ballpark average hours for an album recording?
That's probably a little below average for a full album.
Okay.
You know, if you've got to do development and all that kind of stuff, you know, I mean, there's Beatles albums that took 6 months. So, you know.
Okay.
Beach Boys albums were same kind of thing. So it's a significant amount of money, but also the deal was that it would have to work around when I had studio time I could give them, because I had to stay in business too, you know.
No, of course.
So and it was fine. Everybody was happy with that. So Steve comes in and we give him our whole second studio. We've got 3 studios, and I guess it was the third studio really. And they're huge. I'm going to say these studios are really huge because they used to be Paramount screening rooms. So they were set up like theaters. And we had to go in and tear out all the seating and turn them all back into big spaces. But we had really large recording areas. So he went down there, and what we did, we all got together on this, and we decided we were going to build a cable head end. We were going to build something that looked like a house. We were going to build them in all the different pieces. We were going to run cables from them, so you get the idea that here's this cable and it's running there and it's going to do this. He took an Apple II Plus and he wired in like 10 disk drives, which was a weird thing already to see them all. But it was behind a box, so you couldn't really see what was going on. And then he created an interface where you would choose something and it would choose one of the disk drives to run. It was all, you know, smoke and mirrors. But it looked right. It looked like, yeah, okay, this could be done. Yeah, I mean, you know, this is really crude, but, you know, the guys from Utah came down, looked at it and went, oh, my God, this is so great. This is going to help us sell a lot more interest in this, and we'll be back with the rest of the money. And by then we had hired PR people, and Tom already knew people from the cable business that he got involved, and we were going to cable conventions. We were using ads we could find about games, and we were saying we're going to do all this. We had not gotten a game yet, but this is, you know, Tom said, well, you got to get out there and market right away of this, because if you don't do that, we'll be behind. So we have to start out in front even before we know we can deliver this. And then by the time we were doing that and we looked like a going concern, there was people in the studio that we hired we had the money to hire them, you know, to start doing work. But Steve knew what he was doing. And I told Steve, I want you to be a partner in this, you know, have a percentage in this and help us do this. And the guy was brilliant. He was just absolutely brilliant. One of the neatest people I've ever met in my life. And it was because of him that when we actually got going, he would literally take me into rooms as he was working on things and ask me to check the design and see if this is what I really wanted and how did this work and how did it look? Was it what I thought it would look like? He was just a dream to work with. If he just said, let your imagination go wherever it is that you want it to go. If I can't do it, I'll tell you. But if you can, that's what we'll do. And we were off and running. So the next thing was I had to find a whole new home for us because the studio was going away. And that brings us to the games castle.
Now, before we move on to the games castle, so you have this very rough prototype. You've got your chief engineer, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
You have your inside man who knows about the business side of it. And you've got your initial funding, and all of that is coming down the pipeline. Did you do any during this initial process? Did you do any kind of market research to find what other services may already be on the market, or what other technologies? Was there ever a thought of maybe not doing it with a computer and trying to do it with a game console or anything of that nature?
So I would say no, there was never any consideration of doing it with a game console. And that's primarily because I wanted to do computer games. I didn't want to do console type games. I didn't want to do the Atari games. That's what I had bought into this on, was Asteroids. And I mean, I know that's also a coin drop game. But on the other hand, it wasn't that in a computer screen. And Apple Panic, was that ever coin drop? Do you know?
Apple Panic was a unlicensed remake of. It's basically kind of like a Donkey Kong-esque.
It could easily be a coin ops game. I mean, there's just no question. I mean,
it's a take on a couple of different coin op games that were out around this time. Yeah,
and I have to say, by this time I'd moved on in terms of my game tastes that were available. I'd been back to the computer store and bought some new games, and I was very interested in these long, complex games like Star Web, which kind of was my preferred play-by-mail game. A lot of strategy involved and a lot of thinking, and turns out Gordon Walton.
Yeah.
Over time, after I at one point produced my own game later in life. So skipping ahead to say, with a conversation with Gordon, when he was talking about all the different kinds of players that play games, that play these kind of involved and environmental, you create an environment, a world for them.
Yeah.
And it turns out that I'm a tourist. I don't really care that much about winning. I'm a tourist in the game. I want to go everywhere and see everything and do all there is to do and try everything and see how everything works. And you remember a game called, well, it's not even a game, Second Life?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was on a panel with the guy that did that. We were having these kind of discussions of, well, why do you have to have a game that says, you build a house and you actually live here, And I was like, well, yes, but where's the adventure in this? It's kind of like, I could get the idea that, you kind of want to do. I've got the viewers can't see this, but I have a virtual headset, so
a VR headset. Yeah.
VR headset. So, I mean, I kind of dig these things. So, I'm getting really far afield, other than the fact that I was starting to get into the kind of games that I was interested in. And that's the kind of games we wanted to do. For that, we really had to build an Apple II Plus, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, and I have to go off on another little tangent here. Did you play any Dungeons and Dragons up to this point?
Did I or didn't? Well, okay. So the answer to that would be yes. Yes, Gary Gygax. I never met Gary, but I met the guy that actually invented Dungeons and Dragons.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Again, it's one of those name drop things.
Oh man, I hope you can. I don't ever want to forget his name because he never got the credit he needed to get.
Yeah.
Um, he had an earlier game, Dragon Slayer.
Dave Arneson. Dave Arneson.
Dave Arneson.
Yeah.
We got to be friends. I just respected him so much.
Oh wow. Oh.
But yeah, he would never go to CES or to E3, and one of the E3s he went to, and I spotted him when he came in the door, and I said, Dave, how great to see you, and it's like, oh yeah, and we were hanging out, and I said, well, I'm going to go see somebody, I don't know, in one of the breakout rooms, and he just passed it and allowed him to go in, and I said, wait a minute. So I go in there and I get whoever it was, and I said, this is Dave Arneson, and it was like, oh, suddenly God had walked in the door, and everybody is like, Dave Arneson. He was so unassuming, what a neat guy. And not too long after that, he died. that was so sad that he didn't get the credit he deserved.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was early involved in Dungeons and Dragons, but I had mixed emotions about the specific title and the guys that were doing it. On the other hand, I did start once with the games that got rolling. We were involved in every kind of game. I mean, the games. Well, we haven't gotten to the games mansion yet.
No. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. These were just a couple of little.
No.
Side. I wanted to get an idea of when you say you played games. I was trying to get a little bit of an idea of what that meant at this point in time, especially because I've looked at the list of games you guys licensed. So I'm very interested in seeing some. Just get the background for that choice for that process.
Well. So let me kind of explain that a little bit. We kind of looked at it like a radio station programming music. So my background was in music and the music business, actually. So I hired an agent who actually had booked my band, and I thought he was really a smart guy. So I gave him the job of doing the licensing. And then, but he didn't know anything about games. He just knew how to go out and sell the idea of it, so that his job was to go out and recruit all the games, and they were pouring in. Once we had that first breakthrough for Choplifter, then they all started pouring through the door. So we had to hire another guy to actually go through the games and see if we wanted to actually put them on the network, right? So we had a programming department. Is what it amounted to. So the programming department would decide whether we wanted to play them or not, and put them on, whether they would be on our playlist. And we didn't get to the mechanics of how all that was going to work. So I probably won't dive too far into that. But we were not just getting the games that I wanted to play. We were getting everything that was popular in the computer market, because, as we said, we were using a Motorola chip. So it had to be compatible at that point. So.
Gotcha. Now, and we'll probably have to get to the specifics of the hardware in a little bit, but let's first talk about the games mansion.
Sure. Well, we had to move. So we had hired this lady named Jan Gildersleeve to be our public relations person. Once again, a friend of Tom's. Now, how to explain Jan? She was a monster PR person. She was insane. She was so cool. She really was. I mean, she took us to our first convention in Las Vegas. We'd just been born, essentially, right where we were here. And even before we moved out of the studio, and she just wrangled everything, all of these things up, all of these marketing pieces. She had rented a bunch of girls in Las Vegas who were all dressed up in fairy costumes and things, carrying around free passes. We had a demonstration room in the hotel, and carrying around all these things we couldn't get a booth. We were so late to get to the convention. We couldn't get a booth. So she hired all these girls to go around in these skimpy little elf costumes, and handing out these free passes for a free fantasy in one of the hotel rooms.
In Vegas, that can mean a lot of different things.
It could.
Now I do.
The
have
line
to
was
ask,
out the door for our room, and right down the hall was like Atari, or not even Atari. I don't even remember, but somebody that should have been really popular, and they're looking out their door, wondering why there's people not in their room, And it was an open bar, and and Steve, meanwhile, had taken that thing to Las Vegas, that Frankenstein contraption of a bunch of games. He'd moved it up to 20 games, but we're all still coming out of an Apple, and he'd done 2 more of them. So we had three places in the room where you could actually go and play what we were doing, and it looked real.
Now, a couple of things here. Are we talking about CES, right? Was that the convention, or was this something specific for the cable company?
It was a
cable convention. Okay.
And they were cable people.
Okay.
They were. My wife's down here in her sewing salon.
Okay. Now, cable and cable. If we think about cable television in the United States today, it's a handful of big companies basically control everything, Cox and Warner and so forth. But back then, cable was you had a lot of smallish mom and pop style cable operators.
Yes, because cable started essentially for people who couldn't get a signal over the air. And some relatively wealthy farmer would put up an antenna at his farm, and then he'd sell access to it through regular antennas for all the people around him. And that's kind of how cable started. Until HBO. HBO changed the cable business because they went into New York City and they said, okay, we're going to give you movies without commercials. And that was their big seller. And it was subscription television, basically, and that's where subscription television started. I'm not sure whether you'd call it streaming, really, but I guess it is.
I believe the technical term nowadays is linear television.
Linear television.
Yeah, linear television, because you don't get to choose when to start and stop. It's just a straight line of broadcast.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. I guess that's kind of what that's HBO was like that, because you couldn't, in those days, I should say. And HBO changed the game for urban areas, and that was for rich people who could afford to pay for the subscription to get high-end movies. So that changed it, and of course then MTV changed the generational interest of not being necessarily rural families, but teenagers, and that was the beauty of that. I will say at the beginning, cable only had a few channels. They only had a few channels, and I don't know what that limitation was or why it was. But by the time that HBO and everybody was starting to have this other content, they weren't just over the air being rebroadcast, but new original content, that they suddenly had channels, 1,000 channels, with no idea what to put on them. This is the thing that I think most of the people that were trying to do what we were doing missed out on. I think that everybody that I knew that was trying to do this was trying to use the vertical blanking space that was right in between the bandwidth.
Yeah.
You've got like a 13 megahertz or 13 hertz bandwidth or whatever, and then you've got this half a hertz in here that's so they don't run into each other. The channels don't run into each other, and you think you can sneak a signal along through there. You can, but it's slower than text on trying to send text to somebody. We said it's the whole channel. They're there.
Now, when you say that, are you talking about services like the Play Cable service for the Intellivision?
Yes.
Okay.
And they had
And
limitations too, because you had to buy one of their units.
yeah. And then you also had to buy the extra play cable adapter, and
Yes.
you were very limited on the memory that was in there. So later in television games were actually too large to play on it. So you were suddenly stuck with the simpler games and so on and so forth. Okay, so now you guys are showing up at this convention.
Cable convention, right, and
Cable
pretending that we
convention.
have a real service. Yes.
Yes. And you have this mock-up of the system.
Mm-hmm.
And what kind of information, or even better, what kind of questions are you getting from cable operators?
First ones that we put out there, I would imagine somewhere in the box I have them, because at the beginning, I don't really know why, but somebody decided, I think Tom decided it would look better if we were called International Cable Casting Company, or ICCC or something. So it was the games channel brought to you by ICC, and it was a different graphical thing here. But once Jan took over, this was our brochure. So this is what we gave people. This is what they wanted to know about. A game guide in here, tomorrow online today. Can you see this? I don't know if you can even see it.
I can see it now. I can see it better. Okay, yeah, and here I also see a picture of the unit, the keyboard.
Yes.
So yeah, this is probably then the second generation of the thing.
Yeah, this is
Very
the
nice artwork.
This is the mark. Pardon.
Very nice artwork.
This is Jan's work. So Lori, let me ask for help from my memory over here. What was the name of the guy that Jan, the guy who sold late night stuff on television? Ron Popeil. Is the name Ron Popeil?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she did all his work. She's who made Ron.
So wow, yeah, because he was everywhere when I was a kid.
Yeah, she arranged all that, the media buys and the whole thing. She was totally behind that. She still kept Ron Popeil as a client when she was working for us. It was, with our understanding, because she got a salary from us. She was also responsible for all of the success of Scientology.
Oh wow!
She did their public relations. I'm just saying she was a genius in her own way. She would work like a madwoman for about 6 weeks, and then she'd disappear for a week, and you just couldn't find her. And she was recharging her batteries, but she would just go. She was quite an engine. But so she made us look like we knew what the hell we were doing.
Now, would she actually be there and interact with the cable people? Or
oh yeah.
Okay.
She came right on the floor, and she'd be in a booth, and she was so involved in this.
Nice. And so you're showing off. What is your goal with being there? Just to make people aware that the company is there and the project's there? Is it to get some kind of early contracts for the service?
No contracts at this point. We're just saying, hey, we're here and we're on our way here. We're not there, but we're here.
Gotcha.
So, yes, gotcha. This was an introduction to what's coming. Although we already had this kind of relationship with Westinghouse, I think I told you that already.
Yeah.
So because almost from the first day, Tom had gotten that interested and involved. They had a division that was called Westinghouse Satellite, who was responsible for their satellite, I guess. And they were the whole technical crew, and that's the people that they sent out to interview us. And I would see the guy walking around the building sometimes just shaking his head. And I'm thinking, he's thinking, how the hell are they doing this? How are they doing this?
Now, I gotta ask here. So this initial model, is it just the programs are being streamed in a linear fashion. So, you want game number 3, you have to wait 2 minutes until game number 3 is back up on the list, and then the device, the computer, grabs it out of the ether, or grabs it as it comes down the line. Or was there actually a way of sending a signal up and saying, "Send me game X"?
Yeah, that's a coaxial cable. It was an actual coaxial cable that went to an Apple computer. You can see you had to build a different interface for that. And we had a circuit board that basically hung out of the back of the Apple II Plus. It was somewhere on the bus. I don't know where they plugged it in on the bus, but it was Frankensteinish. If you looked at the Apple II Plus, had the tops that were Velcroed, it was off. And so if you look behind this box, that's what's going on inside this box.
Oh, insane. Now,
how it works is that if you choose a game, it just loads it down the coax, and it comes at the same speed at that particular time as it would be coming from a disk drive. It's just like the coax is so wide, it could easily take that signal and put it into the Apple II Plus.
Gotcha.
But it's got an adapter on each end.
Yeah, but is it a signal that's constantly going, or?
Well, you could only okay. So each unit was hooked to one keyboard. I mean, it wasn't like there was more than one keyboard hooked to each of these units. So we had 3 stations in the room, but they all had 3 Apple II Pluses with, a wild, crazy group of disk drives. So you only had one game to work with at a time, and as soon as that game was done, you didn't have to do anything. You'd hit the second one. It would automatically fill in the RAM memory. And
Gotcha.
And of course, much of it gets buffered, because these games have levels and various things like that. So, but it wasn't any different than working with a disk drive.
Okay.
It had to go back to the disk drive to get more information because you're only still playing that one game.
Okay.
It looks pretty magical, to tell you, Carl. But when that was happening, it was like we'd stand in the room and just go. But not like the Finnish system was. The Finnish system was like, oh my God, this is,
Okay, and we're going to get to that. So, okay, so you're showing this off. You're trying to impress people. You're trying to get the word out that this is happening. You're handing out the press releases. And I'm guessing that the cable operators are impressed at this point.
I want to say yes and no. They're impressed because it's the games. It's the game business. I mean, it's games, and that's new content. And now there's music. Now there's all these other different kinds of content. And the main reason they were interested is because, as a cable operator, how do you differentiate yourself if everybody's got HBO, if everybody's got MTV, if everybody's got the Food Network or whatever it is? So having something different and being first to get it that will get you new subscribers was very, very interesting to them. But they're very conservative. They're very conservative. It was hard to get them to consider it, and it's games. And you know this, but there is a real bias against games as a serious thing, a serious business, because it's a game. They just don't people anyway. So there was that bias about that. Well, this is maybe it's something that would last and people would like it for a week or two, and then they would shut it off. There was all of this kind of concern, and I'm certain. So I mean, that's even how we planned our programming. Is we offer 20 games every month, and we change out 5 every month. So no game would ever be on longer than 90 days, and we would be constantly turning the games over. And the developers loved that because we are nothing but an ad for 90 days. Play our game, and if you want to play it again, you got to go buy it.
Yeah, it is an interesting idea there. And did you actually propose or sell the idea of the games as advertisement when you were doing your licensing pitches?
No, not at first, but we did soon because we began to realize, that was the case.
Gotcha.
But we almost didn't need to do it. I mean, honestly, because people would just look at broadcasting rights. And they would just, I mean, and I was always approach it to whenever I talk to somebody like that. I said, would you give away your broadcasting rights? If I paid you this much money for your broadcasting rights, and they would just broadcasting rights. How can you broadcast a game? Oh, I'll tell you how.
Now, during the development of the project, obviously you've got some very big hurdles here to.
I want to say, by the way, what we were also doing was surveying the market. I mean, we were, and I'm sure Jan was looking at it like this. What are they saying back to us? What kind of problems are they seeing? What are the issues we have to get over to them? I mean, it was one thing to get them to the room. The girls with their fantasy things, fine. But once you had them there, what were you going to have to do to actually sell them on a game service like that? And I think that's where the real value came in.
And what would you say were the insights of that first convention?
It was going to be harder than we thought in one way and easier than we thought. It was easier because it wasn't going to be an issue about whether it was going to work. And they pretty much accepted that. It was going to be, would games as content work? Would people really stay interested? Would it be, a fad? So I think that was probably what we learned the most from there.
Interesting. Now, and again, this is 81, right?
Right. I think actually it was December of 1981, if I can remember that correctly, was that convention in Las Vegas. Sounds about right.
Okay, so that then basically puts you right before, it's right as the VCS is exploding. And the coin-op, the arcade is exploding. Home computer business is exploding. The VIC-20 just hit, lowering the price on computers.
Mm-hmm.
So I can imagine that this was then, hey, this is the attractive new shiny thing that we need to get on. So going with these insights, you go back to the Games Mansion, and we do have to talk about this. We talked about it extensively before we started recording. And for the listeners, as always, there's going to be links to all this stuff in the show notes. We do have to talk about this building a little bit because this thing is unique to say the least.
And it's unique in how it's run, too. It really is. But just before we get there, let me also say that we knew really quick we weren't going to have enough money. We knew we really missed the boat on how much money this was going to cost. And we called these guys in from Utah and said, we're probably looking at more like 5 million, maybe 10 million to really do this. I mean, reality was setting in. This is all possible. We could do all this, but it's no joke, and this is not something you're just going to build in your garage. It's, and we're playing with the big boys. So, and they were like, we can't, okay, we'll try. That was it. Okay. They wouldn't say they couldn't, but we'll try. And so that's about the time that we had to move because we'd started to hire people and we had to get out of the recording studio in Hollywood. So Jan comes to me, good old Jan Gildersleeve, and she said, if you had all the choices in the world, where would you choose to house the games now? And I said, a castle. I'd like a castle. And she went, oh my God. Okay, I'll look for a castle. She found one in the Hollywood Hills above Sunset, but she just missed getting the leaves on it, thankfully. And then she came back and she said, I found this huge building in Hancock Park. And as I said to you before, Hancock Park is the original Beverly Hills, the suburbs of the original Los Angeles, where all the wealthy people lived. And The city's grown now beyond there, but there's still so much old money and so many people. I told you that Janice Ian lived next door to us, and Mick Jagger had a house across the street, and the Swiss embassy was on our block, and all around you could drive anywhere through there, and you'd hit a Golf Star or a Los Angeles Laker, or it was that kind of place. And there we were there, concerned about a business license, because technically you're not allowed to have a business there. So if any of our we were real nice to our neighbors, because if any of our neighbors started complaining, it'd be a problem. So we didn't miss that.
No,
it had quite a heritage to it. In fact, that's one of the things that we were kind of trying to do, is to get it known as a heritage spot, so nobody could kick us out for being a business there. So,
well, and I gotta ask, I mean, obviously there are costs involved with using a house like this. What was the exact motivation for moving into sort of this mansion, as opposed to just renting some space in a strip mall someplace?
In reality, it was cheaper.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, we didn't really change a lot. I mean, there were a couple of issues that we kind of had to learn to live with, because even though it was a big house, it had limited bathrooms. The fourth floor that I told you was engineering, was all these little cubby holes, but it was essentially for the staff that was live-in domestic help. And I don't know where what bathroom they used, because there wasn't a bathroom up on that floor. I mean, some of the things I don't understand. Some places it was so luxurious. I mean, for the time, granted. And then other places it was like a farmhouse in the outskirts of some place. It just did not look like it was a part of a mansion. So, so actually, we just pretty much moved in, stuff, and set up and started going. Over time, we did enhance the building a lot inside, but it was interior design pretty much. So, surprisingly enough, it was cheaper than actual office space would have been.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, that makes sense then. So you're in.
But I did kind of want to give you a little a better feeling, and I remembered something that I misspoke on. I think I tried to convince you that Janice Ian lived next door to us, and Janice Ian is a wonderful person, but it wasn't her.
Oh,
it was Bonnie Raitt.
Well, yeah.
As I think I mentioned the song that I remember her for. I Can't Make You Love Me, but I just think I like her so much. She's such a great artist. So getting her mixed up is just, I think, a product of 40 years, not quite getting things correct. So I would like, for the record, and if Bonnie, if you ever hear this, I'm sorry.
Okay, so you've got musicians, you've got this fancy stuff, you've got a house that may or may not have enough bathrooms.
Yeah, and there were issues, yes.
minor issues. And so you've got these programmers, you've got designers. When you are starting this project, so here we do have to get a little bit into the technical side. We talked the general idea of transferring data over the cables.
Yes.
Now, was it your idea to always be using bespoke hardware as the receiving machine in the homes, or was this originally planned to be running off of people's Apple IIs? What was the concept there?
It was never any different than having our own set-top box. Okay. And the reasoning behind that is that you could have never hooked up an Apple to do this. I mean, we used their processor. And I don't know if I told you before, we went through all the things that we needed to do to be an Apple II when we were first setting this up in terms of all the circuitry and all the things that had to work in the circuit board, the main board. And in the end, we came up with a design that could have been a single chip, but it would have taken longer. It would have cost us, it already cost us because we were going to have to stop and get a gate array. And if I need to explain a gate array, that's where you have all these licensed circuits that you can put together from other people onto a single chip.
Yeah.
And so that's what we put in there to replace everything that an Apple II did, only doing it our way. So we could have made that an individual chip, but it would have cost us another 3 months, I think. So how I remember that. So we went with the gate array.
So you're using a 6502, not the
6502.
Motorola 68,000. Okay,
right.
So the MOS technology 6502.
Yeah.
Now, I have to ask, because right around this time, Apple is getting quite litigious with clone machines. Did you guys worry about them coming after you for having cloned the Apple II, or did you have your own? I don't even know if the Apple II had a BIOS, but whatever was the software interface, was that a reverse engineering project, or?
We had to have a brand new BIOS. I mean,
okay.
We were talking about an entirely different way of moving the data, moving the digital content. When you talk about that connection to a coaxial cable coming into an Apple, it's like a fire hose of data. It's coming 100 times faster than it would from a disk drive. In those days, when it would be a disk drive, it was almost faster than being right on the bus. I mean, you get a lot of data is what I'm trying to say here. And as I think we mentioned at one point, we're using a whole channel space. So we had the luxury of that. And I think that paid off really in big time, because it felt like you pushed a button and you had your game right there pretty much. And even when I had to go back and get, more trade out information, because you got 64K is all you have in that little box. And so it has to go back to the head end again. Do I need to explain the head end at this point?
The disk drive head, right?
Well, cable operators get all their content from a ground installation somewhere near the system. We talked, for instance, Westinghouse had 1,000,009 subscribers. So they had hundreds of head ends because you had to be close, and you had to be close enough to run a wire and to get the rights to run wires and everything else. So it was strategic for cable operators to find the best way they could to, I say that, I don't think they accomplished this very well, but anyway. So for every head end, we had to have a head end computer. I'm trying to remember what we used on Data Generals, I think it were DGs. Anyway, they acted as the server to these set-top boxes. And when you called a game, we had a screen with 20 games on it people could choose from. And when you chose it, that game came almost immediately, almost as good as streaming is now. It's pretty impressive. But that means the BIOS had to be much different. We had to build, we used much different DMA collection when it came from the cable, where it pulled it all in just as fast as the cable could get it and buffered it before it let it into the, across the bus into the DRAM.
Okay. Now, so, and I'm just making sure I understand the mechanics, just because this is very different from, most of my viewers are going to be thinking the closest analogy to this at this point would be the Intellivision play cable system, which was a completely different ball game then, because that was just a constant feed. They just kept repeating the same 10 games as a data stream, and then you just jumped in at the right time, grabbed them down, loaded them into the cartridge, and played.
Now, it's just such a river, basically.
Yeah. And so here, this is the set-top box system, this Apple clone, if you will, that's sitting in a user's home is sending a request, and only upon receipt of the request does the server send the appropriate files. If I
I'd be careful here that I don't lie about this.
Okay.
I can't say that all 20 of those games weren't being sent at the same time, but when I think about it, there's no way they could have been, because, as the games got more complex, 64K was not enough to hold them, and they had to go back for more information.
Yeah.
So it's my belief that we didn't do it that way. That it was that you were getting a signal up and down to do this.
Okay. And this is one of the things I just wanted to, because that would really set it apart from most of the other systems that were trying to use cable. Because of this back and forth. Obviously, there are modem-based services like CompuServe already at this point, or the source.
Yes,
and that, of course, is a whole different ballgame because you do have that two-way modem connection.
Yeah, that's the ARPANET in those days.
Yeah, well, this is actually pre-ARPANET being. These were just private networks using their own protocols.
Yes, before HTML, essentially.
Exactly. Now, so you guys are going to be sending this information back and forth. You have an Apple clone.
Remember, that's very limited upstream.
Yeah, very, very limited. Very limited.
You're just making a request and then sit back and let the fire hose go. So
gotcha. Now, I have to ask here, when you're deciding to do an Apple II, which is not a cheap machine at the time. Granted, Apple was known for having very healthy margins.
Yeah,
especially on 6502. And so when you guys move into the house and everything, are we talking 79, 80? When
yeah, let me take a look at something. I tried to kind of create a timeline. I could kind of figure those things out. So I find us moving in there in about 82. This is where we went from the games channel to the games network, and that's kind of a story in itself. So my partner at the time was truly a marketer, and he knew the cable industry, and I'm sure his sense of timing was that, okay, it's time to sort of stir the pot. So, and he had a press conference, and the way I recall it, somebody asked him, I wasn't there, so I don't really know, but somebody had asked him, well, are you just going to do games? And somehow he said, oh, no, we have other plans to do other channels. And somebody said, well, what do you mean? He says, oh, yeah, we have plans for the fantasy channel. So we're suddenly not just a channel, we're a network. So it's sort of like, well, there you go. Guys, figure it out, because, yeah, we need a fantasy channel now. So our name eventually changed. We just tried to live up to that, and we had some ideas that we would develop game content of our own at some point in the future. And it was a hazy concept, but it did lead to some things that still I'm connected to today.
And we will. I think we need to talk about that in more depth. Right as soon as we get this. Now, I mentioned that I first became aware of the Games Network, or the Games Channel, because of a write-up in a Coin-Op magazine where they did talk about how the fantasy games were going to be the focus. So I'm pretty sure in 82 they were referring to the same press conference that you're talking about here. Now,
I imagine it wasn't just in that magazine, though.
Well, that's the weird thing. I haven't seen it yet anywhere. I'm going through it month by month, and right now, that's the only place it's showing up as far as the gaming press.
Have you looked in the Hollywood publications?
No. See, those are not normally on my radar because they cover so little of the video game side of things.
But Billboard did have a kind of a coin ops section. Do you recall that? Yeah.
Yes, but I don't actually have access to Billboard.
Yeah.
As far as the digital file, what I do have access to is there's another coin publication, and the name is eluding me. It was also a weekly one, primarily for jukeboxes, so it followed the music side of it. And
our PR people were kind of Hollywood people. I think I told you that Jan's had handled Ron Popeil and this kind of thing, and Tom was a Hollywood guy, and it was movies and things like that. So we were in daily variety, like 3 times a week. So those are the kind of things we were on. I mean, had we not failed when we did, it was 2 weeks before we were supposed to be on the cover of TV Guide. So we weren't really, I didn't see us as part of the coin op business. Although the games network itself was full of coin op machines. We had coin op machines all over that place. Downstairs was a regular little arcade in the basement.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's a whole, we haven't gotten to the mansion yet. But
yeah. Okay, so I guess there's a few things happening at the same time. You're developing the tech. Now you're getting the mansion. You've got your team together. A whole bunch of relatively young people all creating this thing from scratch. Now, from a business standpoint, how are you budgeting, or what are you doing to figure out, okay, what does our cost structure need to look like to pull this off?
Yeah. What was that like? So, as I say, I mean, I came from running a recording studio. So, I had some sense of business. And before I ever got into, in Indianapolis, I worked, like a regular person. I was an underwriter. I was, all these insurance underwriter, and I knew how business works, sort of. And I understood budgeting in fact, I loved that first VisiCalc, so I had those things. And the accountant that I'd used for the studio became our full-time accountant. He went to work for us. So between him and the people in the office that ran the management, pretty much ran the budget. Now, that was kind of okay. I pretty much, it's not like I oversaw everything that was bought, but in a general sense, the budget would come by my desk. But there was a point where things changed, and I think the point that changed was when we used to hire people, and I would meet everybody. It was kind of a rite of passage that, when somebody was hired, they'd come and be introduced to me, and I'd get to know them and shake their hands and be able to walk around and know everybody by their first name. And then we got to that point where the people that were there were now hiring their assistants, their seconds and so on. And I was a little farther away from everyone. And I think at that point, you were trying to budget for departments and things, and it got harder to do that. And I don't think there was any point where we really saw the big picture, what was really going on. And I can tell you when the shit hit the wall, and really this is pretty far downstream. It's where we actually had to pay for these set-top boxes. So we were getting them made in Taiwan, and And I have to explain one thing that is just amazing. We're just entrepreneurs. But all around the world, cable business is actually run by governments. We're the only country practically where the cable industry is a private enterprise. So whenever we would talk to people in another country, not only just for licensing, because we did license several countries, but also to purchase from them, they thought they were talking to a government agency. I mean, we never told them that, and we never. I know this only by looking at it later, not so much. Do you remember Pioneer Electronics?
Yeah.
Okay, so there was an outgoing president of Pioneer, and I wish I could remember his name right now. He was, for some reason, we became very friendly, and he really loved what we were doing, and he was there at the Games Mansion when we first moved in, and before he moved to his winery up in, because he was retiring from Pioneer, but he put me in touch with a couple of people who handle all of our purchasing in the Far East, and a wonderful gentleman named, I can't remember, Joe or something, but he finally explained to me, because we had this big manufacturer who was willing to go on the hook for us to build these machines once we got it all costed out and everything. But I had to sign a $10 million contract, knowing that we didn't have the money, Now, but that brings us to how we were going to finance. It wasn't that we hadn't, when I say the big picture, we had a big picture, of course, and we had a scheme. But you know what they say about plans when you go to war, right?
Yeah.
So our plan for set-top boxes, and why I never will get in the hardware business again, ever, was we brought in a fellow who was really famous for in his industry for the first person to lease containers that on big ships that would go back and forth. The whole idea of leasing those in one country and then taking them off the lease when you got somewhere else. And so all those container ships that you see, he was kind of the father of all that. And he was retiring, but he agreed to go to work with us. And we set up a second company called Amacom Leasing. And the concept is Amacom would handle all our financing on the set-top boxes. And also the head-end computers and anything that was hardware. And the idea was you would take a contract from a cable operator and factor it and get the money back and put it into the cost of buying the equipment. It sounded really great on paper until we got to the point where we were trying to do that, and the cable operators were stiffing us at the beginning because they wanted to see it work first. So we got to that chicken before the egg thing, or egg before the chicken thing, and really that was the real trigger that pretty much killed us right there, because we could not get they were on the boat, they were in the harbor in Long Beach, and we couldn't get them off and not that the manufacturer wouldn't give them to us. This is the weirdest thing. Apparently there are laws, United States laws, that says you can't take it. They go back to World War II, and there were so many people taking advantage of the cheap labor in the Far East, where they'd make all kind of crazy deals to get stuff into the country and all like that. That unless everything was fully paid for, you couldn't get it yourself, because this wasn't the manufacturer would have gone on the line for us, but they couldn't get them off the boat. Just amazing.
Oh wow!
So that was pretty frustrating. So I know I went a way long downstream, but what I'm trying to say here is that I will give you one other inflection point, and this was follow. Okay, so for me, I think the phases were: we have an idea, then the phase was, oh, we have a VC that will fund that. Oh, we're moving into a building and we're actually spending that money now. And then, oh my God, we're still way short. And because of that, I think when I talked to you, I told you we went back to the venture capital company and said, we're way underestimating what this is going to cost. You recall I said that? I believe they were Westwood Financial, something like that. They're from Salt Lake City. And, I just kind of remember this big sigh, well, we've never done anything of this size, but this is such a great venture. We're going to go back and try to do this. And I think about $1.5 million later, they knew they weren't going to make the 5 million. The next phase of funding was going to be, which is why we ended up going public.
Okay. Now,
so, and when we started to go public, I want to say that's the first time that I will tell you what I was looking for. And we hired a guy to do this, to give me a dashboard every day on my desk in the morning. What I wanted to know was the condition of the company. I wanted to know just where I wanted one sheet that would tell me the financial condition of where we were, how we were budgeted, just something that I would have not in detail, just an overview. I could not get that. So I think that was a big failure on my part, that I really couldn't get that. I could never grasp. I finally hired a guy that I thought could do that for me. I hired him, and 4 days later he came in and said, I've gone through everything. You've got $1.4 million in the bank. You're burning $400,000 a month. You're going to be out of business in 3 months. And I went, we've got $1 million in the bank. How could that be possible? No, I didn't quite do that. But do you know the common idea of understanding? And I mean, in those days, maybe it's more like 10, maybe it's 10 or 15 or 20 million now. Understanding the concept of $1 million as opposed to $100,000 is not really that easy to grasp. And it's not it may sound very naive and stupid, but honestly, sometimes you just you don't see things in that particular way. So I said, Dave, his name is Dave Eugene. I said, Dave, what should I do? And he said, well, you need to cut your staff in about half right now. And the first thing you should do is start with me, because you're paying me a lot of money and I'm not going to stay anyway. Oh, okay. So.
Mm-hmm. That's at least a very honest answer.
Well, I think the facts bear it out.
Now, just to get
I do promise to be you will. I'm unfortunately known for being very honest, at least in my opinions.
Well, just to understand the timeline here, so you're moving into the mansion in '82. You had the big press conference in '82.
We have a lot of press conferences. Tom loved those.
At what point does the second request or that additional request for the 5 million happen? Is that still '82, or are we already moving into '83 at that point?
No, we're in '83. We're in '83, okay. and I think our biggest, and this from our early conversation, our biggest concern is, could we really do this? And if we could do it, could we do it at any reasonable amount of money that would, make it possible? And as we more and more solve those problems, both technologically and in terms of marketing, and it all seemed to come together that, yeah, we actually can do this. I think that's when we thought more about budgeting or whatever. I think we got fat. I do. I think that we acted like we were a cash flow company.
Without the cash flows.
Without the cash flow. And the odd thing now, as I look back at this, I learned a lot in years after that. There would have been ways for us to actually become a cash flow company. We very easily could have. Our broker, when we went public, we were, and I think it's an S7 corporation. There's S1s that are what you usually hear of, and that's when you have unlimited funding for that. But an S7 or whatever, S6 or S7, you could only take a maximum of 7 million. Was the most you could ask for in your public offering. So there's a difference in that. And you might ask, why did we choose that lower amount? Well, first of all, that's what the broker came to us with. and we thought that possibly we could do that. But the big thing was time. You could do all the due diligence in 6 months. But if you're doing S1, you're talking 9 months and a lot more money. But I mean, the money is there in the offering, so that wasn't the issue so much. So he started off the public. They started Matthew White in Salt Lake City was our broker, and he started off the stock at $2 a stock, opened at $2. By the end of the day, it was at 10. And everybody was clamoring for the stock. I mean, he called me at the end of the week, of the first week, and he said, can we buy some of you and Tom's stock? He said, I'll give you $500,000 right now for, I don't remember the number of stock. He said, the check's in the mail. Just send me some more stock. I got too many people. Well, I also heard from our VC is who set us up with the broker, by the way. So I talked to one of them, and they said, Matt got greedy. You know, usually when these smaller broker like that sets up a network of brokers, and then they all share the risk, you know, and putting it all out there. He saw how hot this stock was and thought he could handle it all himself. And and then I remember in a conversation with Matt, he said, we should have gone for the S1. He said, I would have had no trouble at all for that $20 million offering. There was just so much demand for what you were doing. It was that was unfortunate to hear. And the other thing is that you don't really get all that money because it costs, you have to pay for all the due diligence part of it. That's like $500,000. You got to pay, there's brokerage fees. There's just a pile of fees. We paid something like, I think we only netted out of it about $4 million of the public. So wasn't at all what we expected we were going to get. So
now, and I have to ask this. So
sure.
You're going public. You don't have a finished product yet.
Right.
Is this before or after you've ordered the boxes from Asia?
Oh no, this is before.
And do you happen to know approximately when the date of the IPO was?
Yes, I know exactly. I mean, I think I do. You know, as you know, but I'm not sure there's a date on here. I'm not sure there's a date on here, which is unfortunate. I can tell you the dates in here. No, I remember.
IPO, I can look at that.
It was November of '83.
Okay, so we're end of '83.
Yeah.
It's interesting that
prospectus comes out in July, and then the actual offering is in November.
Okay. And so let's say you net about $4 million from it. How are you investing that $4 million at that point?
Okay, so that brings me back to what I was talking about. Had we been smart enough, we could have actually traded stock for operating companies, and with cash flow. There were cable operators that would have been willing to do that. There have been other people that would have been willing to bring us in as partners and make an exchange for stock. You know, so because we looked beautiful. We didn't know how to use this. I didn't realize till later that we had a lot of options that we didn't get to. We didn't get to the bonds market. I learned later that we could have done that. I did try too late to get there, but by that time we were kind of already having too many issues. In fact, I was promised that would be our next round of financing was going to come through a bond issue, and then there was looking for other companies that might be willing to come in and work with us. We were Paramount. When we do the cable shows, Paramount, their movie business for streaming was out on the road, you know, with everybody else going to all these cable shows and things. And there was one particular guy that followed us really closely. And he came up to me one day and he says, I hear you're looking for financing. And I said, yeah, I am. I said, would you like to come over and talk to Paramount? And I said, do you think they'd be interested? And he said, well, I'm going to tell them they should. And I said, okay. So I go over and meet Michael Eisner.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty big time. I mean, at the time he wasn't, I think he was kind of known as the booming baby of the movie business because of kind of rescuing Paramount. But I met with him and he basically said, I would put $3 million into this enterprise, but you and everybody else would have to leave. And I said, oh, well, that isn't exactly what I had in mind. And he said, I know. He said, I said, I really don't understand why. I mean, I'm showing you here that there's a market, that we've got a product and works. We've had it up in this. We've actually had a system in place. And he looked at me and he said, if you make it work all the way, I'll give you tens of millions for it. But as long as it's not working yet, it's only $3 million. So that's my Michael Eisner story.
Mm-hmm. He's got a point.
Well, he does. I know. I don't like it, but but I mean, we just, it got to the point where there was the potential of a next round of funding. There was things that could have happened, but as you say, not having that big picture in mind, not really being able to look big enough was a big problem. It could have been solved, and it might have been solved, but we were lucky to be where we were, frankly, because, I mean, I'm a nightclub singer, I'm a recording studio manager, owner, operator. Had no idea that the pool we were stepping into,
Now, when you spoke to Eisner and you said we have a market, this leads up to another question. What kind of market research were you doing? I mean, how were you calculating the potential market for the product?
Well, we had a sales staff, of course, that was going out to everybody and getting letters of interest and, various things that you could get that were like that. I think I mentioned to you that we had, when we were putting out the public offering, that we had what did I say? We had 4 million, something like that. Over 4 million subscribers. Let's see if I had a note here somewhere. I added this all up, but so we'll leave it at least 4 million, but the company has signed agreements with Rogers Cable Systems, 9th largest operator, 733 subscribers, and Gateway Video Games. A Gateway Cablevision. Both of these operators, we were already had a date to begin installing, so we were, contracted to them. In addition, the company is about to enter into an agreement with Group W Cable, which is Westinghouse, the third largest operator in the United States, with a base of approximately 1.9 million subscribers. The company has also entered into letters of intent with 275 cable operators with approximately 1.9 million subscribers. So we had a market. So
now, when you're looking at these, do you have an idea of what the monthly cost for the users is going to be, and what the share of the proceeds was going to be between the cable companies and you?
Yes, $16 a month approximately. The cost per game was going to be $1, because we had 20 games at basically a nickel each. And so out of that 16, after the $2 that would go towards the lease from the leasing for the set-top unit, it was split between us and the operator. and we had to bear the expense of putting it a head end, and we had to pay for the games, the dollar for the games. So it was a healthy enough margin.
Okay. And what was maintenance of the systems going to look like? Was this going to be you training the cable operators to be able to make repairs? Were you guys going to have to set up a facility to repair defective units?
Yeah, the cable operator, that's one of the things they wanted, was training to be able to maintain the set-top boxes, because basically they're going to be their boxes. At the end of the lease, it would be their boxes. So yes, we had made plans for that.
Okay. And do you deploy any kind of test market? Do you actually have set-top boxes in homes at any point?
Yes. So, and this is kind of fascinating. I don't have the exact date, but I know it was at the end of the year. So let me see if I can figure out. Probably right at the end of 1984. Near the end of, I'm going to say around November of 1984, in Anaheim was a big cable convention. So we made a deal with the city of Fullerton to go into their system and put up 100 boxes. I think that technically it says it's 99 for whatever reason. I'm not absolutely sure. We put in 100 boxes, and we left it there for 3 months. We're going to put it up there in for a month, and then we rented a house on that system, and we took every room in the house and made it a living room. So that each one of those was, you could walk in and see a cable television installation that was there with furniture and everything else. And then at the cable convention, we hired a fleet of cars, of town cars, to drive every cable operator that we could put our hands on over to Fullerton to sit in one of those rooms and either watch the neighborhood kids around there play or play themselves, play these games. We also had a demo person there. And we had this wonderful lady who was like the matron of that house. I think she just wanted to live there because those kids would come every day. I mean, the convention was on for 5 days or something like that. Mm. But that was the most popular house ever. And so through that whole period, it was just tons of kids and everything come to play. And not Hitch one. And that's where we signed. I have to say, that's pretty much where we closed the deal with everybody.
Gotcha. And so this is mid to end of 84. You've got your demo up and running. You're signing up cable companies. Is this also about the time that you find out your burn rate is 400K?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And we will talk about the software licensing in just a moment.
Yeah.
But I want to get through sort of this timeline here first.
Yeah.
So you're basically ready to go as long as you can get the equipment and ship it out and start collecting those monthly fees.
You bet. Okay. We're there. I mean, we are there. Yes. Like I said, we were 2 weeks from getting cover TV guide. It was all in place. I told you that when I started this thing, it was entirely improbable. And at the end, it seemed impossible it could fail. In a way, it's kind of hard to live with. Because I'll tell you, here, Carl, is what I thought was probably the most important secret of this whole thing that was never considered because it wasn't important at the time. Every one of these boxes had a modem. So the plan was that eventually we'd be able to do contests where people could play games and get together and play games in the same system or nationally, or we didn't quite have that all figured out. But it was a way you could report game results upstream over the internet. and we'd already talked about to some content providers to use that as a way that you could go online. And you know how crappy the modem or online situation was, but it was a way, and we would have been there way early, way early, with people already ready to use the internet by the time it was the World Wide Web. You know, it really was in control of it. So we would have had to move fast. I mean, I'm not saying there wasn't going to be a lot of things. I mean, we couldn't have used that same box. There was a whole ton of things, places we would have had to go, but we would have had some opportunities or options, you know.
Yeah, definitely. Now, to step back before we get to the
and we did surveys like things like penetration. How far could we penetrate into a cable system? What would be the demographics of the cable system? And what, you know, I didn't handle that, but we had experts who would come in and do that kind of stuff. So we had a pretty good program to show people when we went out to sell cable opera.
Now, what was the estimated cost to you of the individual units, the terminals for the homes?
You know, I'm not sure I can remember, but I think it's like maybe 35, whatever. The idea wasn't that we weren't going to make any money on the boxes. The Amacom company was going to make money on the leases. The Games Network had no interest in making money on the boxes. And the boxes, the service was where we were going to make the money. We tried to think of ourselves as that gateway where you charge a nickel, you know, for everything that passes across this connection, and you pay for the gateway. So we don't want to people pay for the cart that took them across the gateway, you know.
Gotcha. Now, it is 84, so a few years have gone by since the project started. Was there any concern that by that time Apple II level games were not necessarily going to keep people's attention? Was there sort of an issue with future proofing that had already gone through your mind at that point?
Yes, I mean, you know, so on a personal level, one of the reasons why I was the president and CEO and every other damn title I could have had was because games were a part of my DNA. So, you know, I kind of went in there with all of these ideas about games and was very well aware of what we were doing in there in the market. I mean, I'm not saying that I knew it in the detail of being a developer, but I sure met a lot of them. Wasn't a developer myself, at least at that point. But and it turns out that I have a technical mind. I mean, the things that I learned there just sort of came to me easily. And from there on, I made the one thing I can say is after the days of the Games Network, I wasn't a programmer, but I was an architecture designer and, you know, database managers, system analysis, almost everything you can think of. And a whole other part where I was doing network training. You remember the Novell networks?
Yes.
Okay, so for a while I worked at CompUSA and started off as a trainer and eventually became the developer of their high-end network training program to train engineers. And I built a whole curriculum that followed pretty much what Novell was doing with certification for all the CompUSA trainers. There were some 300 CompUSA training centers in the U.S. in those days. None of that would have happened if I hadn't been involved in the Games Network.
Gotcha. So basically it was learning on the job.
Yeah. Which, you know, if there's a part that I didn't learn was the accounting, I think, you know. And I honestly, it took 2 years for the company to fail. You know, I mean, there was the day that we announced to the world, because you have to, that you're not going to meet payroll, you know. And I'd done everything I could. We had something like $250,000 wrapped up in a mainframe. And I went to one of my buddies, one of the buddies in the band, and I said, listen, I desperately need $100,000 to meet payroll over the next couple of months. If you'll loan it to me, I will put this fax machine up for, as collateral for it. And he gave me the $100,000, and it didn't work. So I sold the backs, and the most that I could get for it was something like $57,000. So he lost money on that. The reason I bring that up is because when the company failed, the Treasury Department was all over me, all over us, because we failed, Yeah. And they went to everybody else on the board and they said, oh, Dunlap's selling your computer to Mexico to somebody else. What, they really tried to tear us apart and see if there was somebody that was walking away with a lot of money. I was so in debt. Because every penny that Tom and I had, we put back in, both of us.
Wow. Now, obviously that's, business school 101, don't throw good money after bad.
Sunk money.
Yeah. So, okay. Going back a moment to another expense, you already talked about a little bit, a nickel a piece. The games, the software.
Yes.
Now, there's a long list on the tribute page. Like we said at the beginning, all the links are in the show notes for the listeners. But that list, it's almost like a who's who of Apple II software.
Yes, you bet.
Especially on the game side. We got Sirius software, we got Broderbund, we've got Sierra, et cetera, et cetera. Now, my question is, what was the nature of the contracts in the sense of, okay, you're going to be giving them a nickel a game for the period of time that they're on there? Was this, and this is a very technical thing going back to the movie and music industry, was there an upfront payment that was in, you're going to be doing the accounting retrospectively, sort of working that initial payment off? Or was it purely sign on the dotted line, and if we make some money off of this, you'll get some cash?
I think that's a really good question. And in fact, it follows into the very early parts of the thing was, would we be able to get the games? This was before, can we get the money? Yes, we took the early money, but nobody really tried to get a game out there, I think I might have mentioned to you, and it might have been off the side somewhere, that I was an agent who used to book artists that I managed when I was back in the artist management business. And great guy, great charisma, great closer. I told him I wanted him to come to work for me, and I'd pay him more than he would get as an agent booking bands and stuff, and he wasn't sure about that at all, because he was not a game guy in any way, And I said, no, don't look at it like that. Look at it like it's music. What we're going to do is we're going to look at it like music publishing. We're going to offer a nickel potentially for every subscriber. We're going to put that game in front of several million people, and everyone that buys that service, even if it isn't their game, for 1 month, will get a nickel, and that's a lot of nickels. So I think that's the way we're doing it. We're going to give them, we'll want a 5-year contract to be able to use that game, but we can only use it for 98 days at a time, and then it has to be at least off the air for at least another 90 days. So technically what we're saying is we're going to go to you and we're going to say, you give us your broadcast rights, which first right off the bat was like, broadcast rights? What are It's just interactive gaming. What are you talking about? Trust us, it's broadcast rights. You're not going to be, there's no problem between any other distributor that you're using that's going to sell a game in any other way. And all you do is you just give us a copy of your master, and we'll convert it to where it can be sent across the cable, and there's no other expense to you. And if we choose your game and choose to play it, it should put it on our playlist, you'll get paid. So nobody really bid at first, but there, and I can't, I say Choplifter, and I'm not sure it was Choplifter. It might have been Centipede. It might have been, can't really remember. Or even the pirate game. Remember it was the most famous pirate game of the
Sid
day.
Meier's Pirates?
No.
No, that comes a little bit later.
Yeah, the swashbuckler guy on levels. Anyway, I just remember that he lived in Southern California, and I think it was out in Simi Valley. It was up in the mountains. And I went out there to his house and sat down with him and talked to him, and he got it. And he said, well, what are you going to give me for this? And I said, well, we weren't planning on giving anybody anything. But in the back of our minds, I figured we were probably going to have to make advances, So I said, we'll give you $5,000 for this game. And he said, after we talked about this long enough, he said, okay, you give me $5,000. Not only will I accept that and sign the contract, I'll make sure all my buddies do. Everybody I know in the business will do this too, because if they're successful, I will be too, because I'll be on the games. I'll be on the list with their games too. So, and from there on, we never ever paid another nickel in advance.
Oh, beautiful. Now, was this Ken Williams or was this?
No, because he was up north. He was up, up there in Silicon Valley. So no, it was, and I cannot remember.
Doug Carlson?
No, another great guy, but no. Cannot remember the guy. I'm sorry. I wish I could give you a name for the very first one, but I will just say that went easiest of all. And we just pulled in game after game. After a while, there was no longer selling it at all. Everybody came to us. We had we had to hire somebody for input for the games who would open all the games or whatever. So it was like that.
Now, how difficult was it to adapt the software to run on the boards that you had, since you didn't have an official Apple BIOS?
So I think not being someone who did this, but I think it was like a couple of hours work, because basically what you're doing, you're taking the code and putting a front end on it to make it applicable to the BIOS.
The contract structure that you're describing here starts out very similar to what you'd expect from the normal entertainment industry.
Exactly.
But the fact that they're willing to just go for it, they're going to give you the games essentially, is a sign of the very different type of industry that the home computer games industry is at this point, which is very, very different from what the cartridge business has already become by '84. But the home computer business, I mean, these guys knew each other. There's the famous rafting trips and stuff.
Oh my God, you are so right. It was a neighborhood business. I mean, it was. You're right. I remember sitting. I think it was the kid that actually wrote Centipede. Was from San Diego, and he was like 15 years old or something. And his parents were, somebody was offering him, $3 million for his game or whatever, and it was, the programmers were like kids. No, it was a homegrown, right out of the hobby business that people were making games. And I can't tell you how much timing means. And this is why we have to have another discussion. The same is true for the cable industry, because at that time it was very fractured. And I think you mentioned that, it was later when the cable operators, it was Warner Communications gobbled up so many people and so on. So the issue with them was they had tons of cable space, tons of it. That cable was so wide for programming, and they had to compete with other cable operators, not on the ground, but to get a lease from a city. I mean, they were all leased, from municipalities, or, some kind of a government.
Okay, and that's actually interesting. So the who is laying most of those lines? Is it the companies, or is it the cities that are laying the cable lines at this point?
It's the companies.
Okay.
So you've got easement issues and all other kind of issues like that. So the big deal was to get that license from a city because you were a monopoly.
Yeah, and you were basically using the city's eminent domain powers in order to run those wires wherever you wanted to run them.
Yes, along telephone lines or underground if you had the ability to do that. And you just lay your cable in with everybody else's, and you put repeaters, to move things along on the line. But had the cable industry not been so fractured like that, I don't know if we could have broken through.
No, yeah, it would have been very difficult to convince Cox Cable or Comcast to suddenly, sacrifice a channel on an experiment like this without losing control of the project itself. One more question here regarding the infrastructure and the hardware, the
Sure.
servers that you were going to have to construct.
Yes.
Those were going to have to be plentiful, I can imagine, especially given the number of providers and the fact that you're going to they couldn't be too far away from where the users were.
Right, had to be in that head, and that fit in a room.
Yeah. So how many of those were you budgeting in, and did those also get manufactured and shipped, or were those still sort of out in the ether?
Well, we did get 200 that we had on hand when we were getting ready to start. So we had that many, and we had a contract to get more. So, no, we pretty much, and that was all figured into our costs. So we pretty much had that handled.
Gotcha.
That was no issue. And they were easy to set up. There was really nothing much to them.
Okay. And so with all of that there, and over these 3 years, are you keeping track of what online services are offering for home computers? You have things like the C64 by end of 84, the C64 dominates the market.
Yeah.
The Apple II.
Am I paying much attention to that? Is that what you're asking me at that time?
I'm wondering if you're paying attention to the developments, because the precursor to AOL is also up and running at this point. So are you looking at that going, okay, do we have a competitor here, or at what point does the technology need to adapt?
I have to tell you, I saw AOL coming along, and as you say, the source. And by the way, I was playing online games that were like $15 an hour, where I used to have to get up at 3 o'clock in the mornings to a bunch of college kids on the East Coast so we could maneuver our spaceships and stuff like that. I was totally into that. But we haven't really talked about the games mansion and how games oriented it was. I sort of felt like I had to train our entire staff to understand what games were about. And so, remember a game called Diplomacy?
Oh, yeah.
Left Diplomacy. Had a lot of that in my own game development later, but there were always diplomacy games going on, and I encouraged them with everybody, particularly like clerical staff. People, you have to get in these games because you have to understand what's going on. You have to know what you're dealing with here. People are going to come in here. This is an insurance business. This isn't a bank. We're in the games business, and you have to know what the product's about here. So don't come here if you aren't expecting to be entertained.
That is actually a very, very good attitude to have, especially with something that people feel as passionately about as games.
And I was one of those people who felt that way. But I can tell you, I've heard from so many of those people who think of that as the best job they ever had, the best experience they ever had was working there. It was that kind of a place. It was certainly that kind of a place. We were an early cursor to the way, Silicon Valley. I mean, it was the same idea. And, you know that series Halt and Catch Fire?
Oh, I love that show so much.
I can't watch it because it makes me sick to think about, me and my wife. Now, I had to leave the room when she watched it because it was too traumatic.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I mean, granted, I guess that's also it's a compliment to them for the accuracy of the emotional side of it.
You bet.
I guess.
Yeah. I mean, they dramatized certain individuals, but yes, the passion for all that is definitely there. And it becomes a big family, as I say. People wouldn't go home. You could always come in any time of day or night and work or do whatever needed to do to get the job done. And I never thought about it as the fact that perhaps you were taking advantage of your staff. It wasn't, that concept wasn't even there. It was like, we're just all here doing whatever we need to or whatever we can to make this whole thing work together. And the final outcome of that to me was I never, ever wanted to manage people again because they had so much faith and confidence in what I was doing that it was such a disappointment for them. And the day I had to actually announce, hey, there's not going to be any more checks, people wouldn't leave. People wouldn't leave. They kept coming in. We'll stay here. You're going to figure something out.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's a lot of pressure right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
would be tough.
Yeah. It was a hard time. So everything I've done since then has been either on my own or a small, teeny, tiny team.
Yeah, and I mean it. I can understand. I've spoken to enough people who were entrepreneurs in this area. Jerry Jewell, who was in charge of Sirius Software. Bill Seeley, Microprose, and they all had that moment where suddenly, the money was gone, or they weren't going to be able to make the numbers, and they were going to have to let these people go that they had worked with so closely. Right. And you could just tell the emotional toll that took on them, because these were not just, people working on the assembly line. These are creative people. These are people passionately creating something that they believe in, and that makes this kind of industry different, especially back then when most of the games were, one or two or maybe three people working on them. So there was a lot of those individuals in those products.
So true. Yeah. I had one young engineer that would come down for, I think, like several times over one month after that happened, who would come down to my house and stand outside in the street and scream at me. You promised we were going to do this and this and this, and I was like, oh God.
Man.
Yeah, it was really painful. So, but it, as I say, eventually those things pass, and you learn other things, and you do what you can better next time.
I understand.
All right. So yeah, we wanted to be left-handed and right-handed, but we didn't want a mouse. So those are like to replace mouses, and also so you could have two people play at the same time, kind of thing. It's obviously a compromise.
Yeah. Now, it's interesting that you're using arrow keys in those positions. It's very similar to the IBM keyboard arrow keys, where you have three keys on the bottom, one key at the top. It's a very similar layout to that. I'm guessing it's supposed to be one fire button is the big button on the side.
That's interesting. And I actually don't have many answers for you because as I look at this, I realize that every game in there has to have the controls mapped to this keyboard. I mean, that has to be part of our issue when we get a game from someone. It's got to be mapped to this keyboard. So that would be part of the programming. If we decided we were going to make a game available, we have to adapt it to this particular machine. And this is not so much a matter of the signal and all that stuff's being handled, but actually the controls and how those are mapped. So I don't think that I can answer that for you because I think it's different on every game.
Ah, okay. So
can be, or should be, frankly.
Yeah. The programs need to be adapted for the system because this is not a straight Apple machine, even though it's using very similar hardware. So
I don't think anything needs to be adapted. It'll read the code the same way as what I believe for every single game. The only thing, so all we're doing is mapping the controls because somewhere in the code it says, okay, for this to happen, and it will say the A key or whatever key and identify the key. All you're doing is remapping which key it is for this device. And once you've done that for one game, you pretty much know how to, each time you're going to go in there, what you're going to have to move around or whatever. And that was part of the programming department's business, was to decide how the controls would work, and then a programmer would do that for them.
Okay, cool. And there's no additional peripherals that could have been added to this setup?
No.
So no joysticks or anything?
No, I don't even think there's an output for it, but I'll have to look when I get it out of the garage and look at that. I know there might be. I wouldn't swear to the fact that there isn't.
Not a problem. Now, the wood finish on the box itself, was that just for prototype purposes, or was it intended to be this nice wood finish?
It was to be like that because it's going to live in the living room right up next to somebody's television. So the idea was it wouldn't be ugly.
Very
big
cool.
Big box up there,
Yeah, and I'll be interested to see the rest of the box, just because I'm thinking, at some point you're going to have a heating issue if it is just a wooden box and this thing is sitting on top of it. So not always unwarm television set. It would be an interesting thing to see. Was that a consideration that you guys had?
It's what strikes me why the box is so big, because it's really not very big inside. There's mostly air in there.
Gotcha.
So I have a feeling that because you look at that and you consider what is in there, there's a lot of air. But I think that was like, for instance, Jan would have had a lot of input. Okay, we got to sell this to be in people's houses. It needs to look like this and like this and like this. Everybody got along really well. We really never had much problem with design issues or anything else. So the engineers were very cognizant of the needs of marketing and all. And
yeah. Well, and it also makes sense. I mean, if you look at the Atari VCS, it also had the faux wood paneling on the front.
That's right.
That was the look of the day.
Yeah.
Okay. So this would be the hardware that people got in their homes. You've got a shipment of these components. Coming in, or was it just the components that were held up and the boxes were going to be made stateside or assembled stateside, or were you getting this whole
unit came in individual carton in an individual box? No, each one was a separate box. They all came packed in boxes of X a number of them. So it wasn't like we got a box of the main unit and a box of keyboards. They came with boxes together. The boxes were roughly the same shape or size, even though they're not exactly the same depth, but the boxes are the same.
Gotcha. Makes sense. Okay, and so
we had like a half a container of them, as I say, on a ship. So.
And when did you ever get them released from the container?
We did not.
Okay.
The ones I have The ones we actually got were prototypes that were, sent for final approval.
Gotcha. So the rest of them just ended up back in Taiwan?
Yes.
Oh, that is just so sad.
Really sad.
And you have no idea whatever happened to them, right?
No, I have no clue.
Do you happen to know which company they were ordered from?
I don't.
Okay.
I wonder if there's anywhere in my, I have boxes out there that I don't know.
Yeah, sorry. A good buddy of mine I went to high school with. He's a reporter for German news agencies in Taiwan. He's been living there for years now. So this would be one of those things. He does a lot of technology reporting. It would be one of those cool little things to give him to try to track somebody down who remembers this.
I can tell you it was one of the biggest manufacturers there in Taiwan.
Well, there may actually be a name or a sticker or something. Well, if these were prototypes, they were the prototypes manufactured in Taiwan as well, or did you have those made stateside?
So our consultant was actually Japanese, but in the end, he helped us get a Taiwanese contract. So I know these are the same units that would have been in a house, because I remember we had 100 of them that we could put up for in a temporary location from Fullerton, California for a while. So we had enough boxes that we knew what they were going to look like, and there had been no changes or alterations in the design. So but I do remember it was, like Matsushita or somebody that made everything for everybody. But what happened was they quoted us a price, but somewhere along the line we missed how many we had to order, and they said, "Well, wait a minute, what if we only got 10 million of them?" No, I mean it was like, what if we just got a few thousand at a time, and then the price skyrocketed, and we couldn't afford them anymore. So it was like to beat our price point. That's what we had to do, So
I hear you. Yeah, that's crazy. So now back to that test market, if you will. So you had 100 or so of these that you could deploy, and you did deploy for a test market, didn't you?
Right, exactly. I
Now,
think November of 83, right? November of 83, right? Because that's when the conference was, a cable conference in Fullerton, in Anaheim, California. And Fullerton is really close, which is why we chose that system there. I think that was a Group W system, actually, if I think about it. And
Group W, was that a cable provider or?
Westinghouse.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So Group W at the time they sold off all their cable interests eventually, but back then they were huge. They were the third largest. But yeah, and then we rented essentially 5 town cars, and we shuttled cable owners over there for the whole 3 days of the convention, or 4 days of the convention, to go into a house on that network and actually play or watch others play or have it demonstrated to them on how it works. And I will just never forget that we first got that set up. And I think I told you we had this lady who was a big, heavy lady, but she was just jolly. And she was like the house mom for all the kids in the neighborhood. She was just wonderful. She's actually a receptionist at the time, and she went over there and worked. And even after we'd done all of the show and everything, she'd still go back on weekends or whatever to that house because she enjoyed so much being over there with them. But I remember Steve and a couple of the other engineers and somebody else, we went over there to look how this had all been laid out. Once again, this is Jan Gildersleeve at work at her best, creating these living rooms, and every room was another living room. And Steve looked at it and he said, that looks two-way. There is no way that just doesn't look like it's two-way, and I know how it works. And I said, Steve, you're absolutely right. That just does not look like it's broadcast. It doesn't look at all like that. So that was pretty cool. Steve's a very humble guy. He would not he didn't congratulate himself enough.
So when you say it's broadcast, is what we talked about previously. The machine is downloading the game from the server and then running it on the internal processor. There's no
capturing
back and forth during the gameplay.
There can be.
Yeah.
I mean, not player to player, no. But a lot of times there would be layers where in the addressable memory in the main box would allow certain parts of the game to get overwritten so you could go up levels and things. So it would have to go back and get that. It was the same exact process.
And was there any kind of long-term storage? I mean, you did have quite a few role-playing games like Temple of Apshai on the list that essentially lived off of saving your progress and then moving on. Was there any kind of storage facility built in so that kind of progress did not get lost when you started a new session?
I don't think so. At this early stage, I don't think so.
Gotcha.
I think you had to play to wherever you could play. And I think that I say that as long as you left it plugged in and didn't leave and go play another game, you could come back the next day and be right where you were.
Gotcha. But you couldn't shut down the device.
No, you couldn't. Yeah, you couldn't shut it down. It was all RAM memory. So.
Gotcha. Okay, now I'm guessing that you get very positive reviews from the test market overall.
Yes. That's where our salespeople. In fact, it was kind of a problem. So, this is always funny when I explain it. One of our best sales guy was his name was Bert. Oh my goodness. Do you remember the old Superman series?
Yeah.
Very first series.
Yeah.
He was Robin. You remember Robin in that first?
In the original Batman series, you mean?
The original television series.
The original Batman TV show from the 60s or the original serials?
The original Batman for the series. The first time it was on television. Burt Ward, right?
Burt Ward.
Burt Ward was one of our two salesmen. We only had two salesmen.
Wait, Burt Ward was one of your salesmen?
Yeah, can you believe that?
Oh, that is wild.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, that's a great story. He was good.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've seen him in interviews and sorry, I'm a huge fan. I've actually got I'm staring up at a little bendy figure of Robin from the 60s TV show right now. I have it right. I have a whole set of them. It's the Penguin. So Burgess Meredith, Burt Ward, Adam West.
Yes. Yeah, Adam West.
Cesar Romero, and it's one of the three Catwomen.
Oh my God. Okay. Then Burt Ward.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. He sells dog food.
We could show him off at the cable shows, Burt Ward from Batman, and but at that Fullerton show, that's where we sold almost everybody. I mean, and they got really good commissions from that. Would have, I should say, as that turned out. But in fact, there was a lot of jealousy because they were going to be the highest paid people that year from how much they'd make in commissions from the sales of getting these cable operators in. And it was like a feast. Once the dam broke, it's like one of those kind of things. Once the dam breaks and somebody says, yep, okay, I need that. Then the next cable operator needs that, and that builds like a snowstorm,
Well, yeah, because nobody wants to be left out, and
who wanted to be without MTV, right?
Exactly. Okay, so you're taking all these orders, Now, and just to get the timeline straight, you're doing the test market before you go public. And you're also doing the test market before you know you won't be able to.
Same year we go public. What did I say it was?
83.
November. What did I say? Well, during November the company conducted. Okay, so here it is. During the approximate period of November 1st, 1982 to February 28th of 1983, the company conducted a test of the basic system and prototype microprocessors on the Group W cable system in Fullerton, California. So
Okay.
this is before we went public because it's in the
prospectus.
Right.
Yeah, and this would also jive with what I saw in that news report in the CoinOp Journal from, believe it was July of '82. They had talked about the test market.
Yeah.
So, okay, so you've got the test market. You don't find out until November that you're not going to be able to pick up the hardware, right?
Right.
So we now have this 7-month period. So I'm guessing the show happens at some point in between, right? The pre-orders, where you take the pre-orders.
Oh no, that was during this test market.
During the test market.
Yes, there were. This wasn't done as a test because we already knew it was going to work. What it was done for was for sales because the cable operators were going to be the whole national thing was going to be a couple of miles away in our town. So that was made to let's bring them in and show them what the hell this actually does, and it worked exactly how it was supposed to.
Very cool. Now, so the shipments don't come in. The going public aspect, was it primarily a move to correct the problem, to bring in the cash flow to get started, or was that already initiated before this problem started?
The venture capitalist folks thought that they could do it, believed that they could do it.
Sorry, I'm not sure about that.
Alexa's talking to my wife.
There is no active meeting.
Oh my God, I've lost my place in my mind again.
The venture capitalists thought that they could.
Yeah, they thought they could do it. And I was trying to remember Wayne's last name, that guy that ran the VC. So he came to us and he said, we're not going to be able to meet what we said. And they were going to raise another $5 million. So we know somebody that is here in Salt Lake, who's a broker that thinks they would be interested in taking you public if you're interested in that. So we got together with our people, our attorney, and everybody considered it and all. And first of all, we went off and tried to talk to some more private people. That was kind of obvious we wanted to do that because, first of all, I had no idea what it meant. I'm not saying I didn't know what it meant to sell stock in a company, but I'm saying I had no real concept of how a public company worked. If that's fair to say. So I had to be taken to primary school for that. And Bob Lieberman, our attorney, and he'd been my attorney for the studio, and he was getting to be a pretty well-known Hollywood attorney. So I think Bob was a big success for us. Whereas, by the way, the guy that had been my accountant for the studio, who also came along and was handling all of the accounting for the business and was in on all of the I want to say, and he should never have turned out this way, but when you talked about all the budgeting and all the other things like that, he was so far out of his, he was completely, and I never did anything about it, which is really it's all on me for that. But anyway, Bob understood what a public company was, and he said, here's the good, here's the bad, here's the ugly, all this kind of stuff. You'll never be able to do anything privately again. You'll be doing dog and pony shows to go out and promote the stock and the sale of the stock. And I had to do a tour for that and go on television in various places. And he said, this is not what people usually go public when they're already making money and they're about to go into a new phase. He said, you're going to go public because you don't have any other way to get the money. That's all seems to be available at the moment. And somebody's willing to sell your stock, And then we discussed the two options in terms of public financing. And we couldn't go 6 months without any new revenue to bridge the gap until we would get the funds, so we had to choose the S. Do you know it all as an S6 or S7?
Oh, you got me on that one. That I don't know.
The point is the lower amount of money that you could raise, because otherwise we probably would have tried to go for the big one, the S1. But we went into this knowing that it was going to be that. Matthew White was the broker up in Salt Lake. And so I can say I didn't realize you're really taking a big risk, because if you don't do it with the public money you've got, and you've got to tell people that that's not enough money, the stock goes down. So it goes exactly the opposite direction. And yet you have a fiduciary responsibility to announce every negative as well as every positive. So it's a catch-22. And and we experienced that catch-22. All the cool things we could announce, and the stock did very, very well. And of course, Tom and I got a lot of stock, but we turned all our money back and put all the money we got from that stock we actually put back in the company. So we didn't walk away with any of it.
Yeah. And we talked about this last time. You didn't make as much money off the IPO as you had hoped for. Yeah. Especially because you had to pay fees and all this other stuff.
Yeah, it's in this document.
Yeah. So ultimately, you are in the same position as before, but now you have all the restrictions of a publicly traded company laid down upon you.
Well, we're extended several more months, but of course, like I said, I don't think we looked at it. At least I didn't. I don't think I looked at it that way. I don't know. Could have been blind. As I say, that concept of $1 million. How can you ever be broke if you got $1 million? Hey, we got $4 million and we already had some money in the bank, so hey, it can't be too bad, But
yeah.
And without going into any detail, I don't think we thought we couldn't do it. Because there was so much demand, there was so much acceptance at that point. We were just having no trouble going into anybody's office and talking to them about it. And we felt like we would be on an even keel with MTV, particularly because to us we seemed like that same in that same category as music, games, not movies, not the content you're used to on television. I mean, the idea of having a music television channel was weird at the time, and a games network was weird too. And I felt that we kind of embraced each other in that way, And anyway,
yeah, it was that solidification of the idea of the specialty channels on cable television. I remember it as a kid. I remember when we finally got MTV, when it was added to the programming listings. I was just maybe 5 or 6, but I was glued to that all day long. And then, of course, other channels came up, but you had most of the channels were just a conglomeration of random stuff like USA Network was the place where on Saturday mornings you could watch badly translated kung fu movies and stuff.
They were basically the same stuff, but just kind of regurgitated onto cable.
Exactly.
So it just gave you a lot of channels, but not necessarily anything you wanted to watch necessarily, you know.
And you couldn't predict what you were going to find when you were surfing the channels. But the specialty channels that changed the game, it was a very, very light version of what you get today with algorithms only giving you the news that they know that you're going to like, type of thing.
Well, the thing I think was most important, you could not have done the Games Network on any other medium.
Yeah.
It could never have been done in broadcast. It could never have been done in any other way other than having a big thick cable that went around already.
Modem technology just would not have covered it at that time.
Right.
Yeah. So you get the very, very short reprieve from the execution. Is there any attempt in this time period to convince the cable companies to front the money for the hardware?
Yes.
And I'm guessing that went over like a lead balloon.
Two things. This Amacom that we company that we also funded along with our company, who was supposed to be doing all the leasing, we kind of figured this magician guy was going to take over and sort of handle all that stuff, and he just basically didn't. He even shorted his Games Network stock that he got. It was like, oh, you know, this is not good. This guy really, I think, maybe scammed us in terms of the fact that he could find a way to factor all this, and this big, you know, pie in the sky idea that we had, that we were going to be able to take contracts, have a middleman, and turn it into money so we could buy the units and whatever. Well, that wasn't going to work that way, you know. And the cable operators wanted to never pay for a unit until they actually got it, and they didn't want to pay anything on their contracts. They just wanted to pay on a monthly basis of when they got them. They were willing to do that, but we couldn't get them to. And cable operators were not really wealthy in those days. Yeah. Cable was not a rich person's business. Turned out to be, but not in those days. So,
well, and they were also massively expanding the cable networks at that point. So yeah. What money was coming in was constantly going out for infrastructure deployment. So,
and all of the various metro business governments were realizing that they had something valuable, and they could get cable operators in auctions. You know, so the price was going up for them, particularly in cities, you know, in settled places. So it was a wild time. It was a wild time. Like I said, it was a crack in time that I didn't know. Even Tom didn't know. No one really. That this just happened to be happenstance, just total luck that you hit a time when the cable industry is this fractured and brand new and growing like a bad weed. That this could have all happened the way it did. But once again, as I say, once the momentum got going on this thing, it just didn't seem like that. I mean, there was this like, oh my God, if we could just make to the cover of a TV Guide, we'll have every cable operator in the world, and everybody. We don't have any trouble getting money after that. But you know, didn't make it. So I don't know what would have happened. Would have been interesting. But I felt like if we could just get online and start being successful and get some blood flow into the system, some cash flow that was coming in, that we could find a way to get through this. But we could not get quite to that point.
Gotcha. So at what point do you realize that this is going to have to be wrapped up?
When Bob Lieberman calls me and tells me, well, okay, so there was a point when I knew we weren't going to make payroll. And as I told you, I borrowed $100,000 from a friend. But that was running out. Some other people that had promised us some stuff. This is where one of my falling out points with Tom came up. As I told you, Tom originally said, he got movies funded, but a lot of them were tax deals. A lot of them were things where, there were strange people that were, were coming up with money. I didn't know a lot about that at the time, but I learned out later when Tom started getting people to come in to possibly, come in at the last minute and save the day. And boy, did we have, the wolves. So, we're crawling with people who have ideas and schemes. They've got money. They've got land in Colombia that they're going to get a lease on, and they're going to have lots of money, and we'll have $10 million in our bank account the next day. And in one case, this is actually true. And he said, within the week, I'm going to have the money here for you, whatever, By the way, I don't have a car. Can I borrow one of your Cadillacs that you have on lease, And then eventually we found him in Minnesota with a car someplace he'd run off. I don't know.
Oh, no.
So, there was the pain of all these people that you came in and you tried to be nice to, and when they were just shysters. And it was because you grasp at anything, right?
Yeah.
But then the day that Bob Lieberman says, if you're not going to make payroll, you have to put out a press release. He said, it's one thing to go broke. It's another thing to go to jail. So, make your choice. It wasn't hard. Oh, one other anecdote for you. And there won't be any names in this.
Okay.
One of the people who worked for me, and I'm going to be very careful how I put this. Her husband worked in the Antelope Valley. You know where Antelope Valley is, by the way?
No.
It's the big Air Force base. It's out there in the Antelope Valley. Is the big. Laura? Yeah, thanks. Edwards Air Force Base.
Oh, okay.
And a big one. So I don't know how he knows this, but anyway, she came to me and she said, this is the last thing that I really wanted to ever do, but I can't in good conscience not at least tell you about this. And if you're interested, that's fine. And if you're not, forget I ever talked to you about it. I said, what do you mean? And she said, my husband's going to come in and tell you about it. It's not me to say, So her husband comes in one night and Tom and I are sitting there and she and her husband, just the four of us. And he says, before I tell you this, I'm going to tell you, I don't think you should do this. I warn you now, don't do it. But I have to tell you, if you want, I have all the money in the world that you want. I have a connection that will give it to you, and they'll give it to you tomorrow. He said, but they're these kind of people. So this is the kind of money that you're betting your life on. And I said, Tom looks at me and I said, nope.
No. Yeah.
Not doing that.
Yeah, that was an offer that you could refuse.
Yes, that's the offer that you had to refuse. So anyway, that's what I'm saying. That's what happens when you get to certain places and the vultures start to gather,
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
But anyway, so we had to announce, and I had to go and tell everybody pretty much there. Everything was, which was difficult because I couldn't get them to go home. I mean, they would. I'd say, we're going to try to keep going and hire you back and like that. And they'd say, well, we'll be here tomorrow, but I can't pay you. Yeah, we'll be here tomorrow.
Oh.
So that limped along for a few months, a couple of months. And then finally it was like, wait a minute, guys, the corpse is moving, but we're dead. So, and then that was kind of terrible because everybody, like in that mansion, but the other rooms, other floors of the other place, it's like everybody just stood up and walked out. And then here was this place littered with papers and pencils and computers and, just all the stuff that had to be picked up and cleaned up and all that kind of stuff. It took a month to do that.
Wow. That must have been heart-wrenching.
It was pretty terrible. I like to call it the second worst thing, or second hardest thing that I had to go through in life. So the good news is that with that one, at least I think I came away with some positive things eventually.
So when we're talking about the bandwidth, the
Yes.
download speed, if you will, explain it one more time.
Okay, so one of the things I think I mentioned to you was that all of the games are on a carousel, essentially. So they're all being transmitted one after the other serially. And when you push a button on the keyboard that's part of the box, part of the window, it opens a gate and lets in the data till the gate closes, correct? Into the DMA. So what I told you is that so we could only play that one game and that was it, and we couldn't play other levels and things, that kind of stuff. That's not true. And I didn't realize it until I read that article in what was it? What was it again?
Was it the one in Softline magazine?
Yeah, Softline magazine, where they're talking to Steve and Barry Megdal, where they're actually saying, yes, of course, they could do levels. And how they would do it, it was just be another part of the game with a different signal on it that was signaled by the game itself, and it would pick it off the carousel. And the reason for that is because we had this huge channel to work with. We had a fire hose, and we're sending down there like a phone signal. So we had plenty of space to go really fast because everything could come in really wide, you know. The problem was only you had to rebuild how the signal hits the unit, which thinks it's a computer, and it's only expecting to get information at the speed it normally gets, like from a disk drive or whatever. But here you're throwing a fire hose at it, so you got to just find a way to capture that memory and then buffer it, and then kind of, I'm going to use the word stream here, stream it into the processor, into the bus at the speed that it can deal with it, you know. So there was absolutely no reason that you couldn't have a number of levels or any of that kind of stuff. Now, whether you got really complicated and had to access the disk a lot for games that really required that, because there were some that did require that, that could have been a problem initially, but that's just a programming problem. It's not a space or speed problem.
Gotcha.
So that's my third revision. I'm not saying there won't be a fourth
problem. And that makes perfect sense. Now, my big question was still the approximate time. So you're probably dealing with between 50 and 60 kilobytes per memory load. So how many milliseconds would it take to download that, or to receive it? Is probably the better idea.
I can't tell you, but I can tell you it probably was. I can tell you that when we were in Fullerton and you pushed the button, it felt instantaneously that you got the game. It was quicker than it would have been if you had a disc.
Oh,
so yeah, considerably quicker. I mean, it was like turning on your TV. It was there. You know, you turn it on, bang, it's there, right? That's one of the reasons why Steve looked at me. He says, I just totally can't believe this isn't interactive. I know it. I programmed it. I understand it, but I look at this. No, it doesn't. It's not. It's interactive. It's not one way. And that's because it responded so quickly to a key press.
Well, and especially because it's such a small amount of memory, relatively speaking, to the fire hose, that you could really
just got to dump it all and then get the new memory. I mean, you know.
Yeah. As long as you can keep repeating it and the amount of time between repeats is kept relatively small, you're not really going to notice it. And especially for people at the time who were used to computer load times that were quite long, that wouldn't seem problematic. It would seem
miraculous, frankly. Like Apple Panic, I don't know if you remember that game, but you know, you'd hit a level and you'd come up and there'd be your second level, and you'd wait for the disk to build the level. I mean, not a long time, but still, it would take time for it to redo the screen. On our system, it would like almost bang, it'd be there in the next screen. It would be that quick. So, and things that were more complex, as I say, hadn't been addressed. We hadn't had a chance to do that, but I firmly believe that would have been handled. And I think going forward, people would have gotten better and better and better at it if we could have, if we hadn't taken all the arrows. So
minor technicality.
We went to a long way around to get what I thought, what I expected, totally expected somebody to fill that gap that felt that we discovered, that they would mine that rich vein of entertainment. So
yeah, but it's going to be the crash of '83. That's going to
there's that. Yeah, that hurt.
The crash of '83 kills the video game market, and I think that that probably could have, because there were a couple of different companies trying it in the in-between channels for the VCS. You had in television with their system.
You're never going to be able to play a decent game.
No.
You never. I mean, the one thing is, once you put yourself on a television set, you're competing with real graphics, so you can't look like shit. You have to look really good, right? You're going to a beauty show. You can't be a dog.
Them's fighting words.
I guess so.
At what point do you get sucked back in?
Well, so I was smarting from failing, and all this, and I've had to, thanks to you, I've had to relive it.
You're welcome.
Just joking. But it is 40 years ago, and it was, at the time, it was a pretty heavy thing. So I felt at the time, I'm not altogether sure I believe that now, but I felt at the time what I was lacking was experience in high-end accounting. I told you I talked to Jan Gildersleeve, who was the marketing person, a few days ago. And one of the things she talked about was she had helped me hire a guy, and don't ever do this, out of Harvard Business School, who was supposed to do a certain thing for me. She got actually romantically involved with this guy too, which was also a weird thing. They told you she worked with Ron Popeil, and this guy went over eventually and became president of Ron Popeil's operation. I mean, and also started developing his own. I don't want to go into him anymore. But one of the things that I really wanted in the days after this started to get so complex was I wanted a spreadsheet, not really a spreadsheet, a one sheet that was like a dashboard of the condition of everything that was going on in the company currently. Where's our cash, where's our payables, just profit and loss, the whole thing, 3 or 4 sections that I could quickly look at in the morning and see what was going on, if anything, had to leap out at me that had to be handled besides what my day was going to be about. This guy managed to send me spreadsheets that were the most, I'm pretty good with a spreadsheet. He sent me things that were just, maybe somebody at JPL could have figured them out. Just far, if you could have picked something that would have been the furthest from what I wanted, the exact opposite of what I wanted, that's what I would have gotten. And of course, he wouldn't hear it, that it wasn't the right thing to send me. He was the expert, and this is what it had to be, and I'm stupid if I can't read it. So as hard as I tried to explain it to him, his name was Alan something. Anyway, that was a disaster. So anyway, I thought, well, here's what I'm lacking: experience in this level of business, and that's why we failed. So that's so stupid when you think about it, because that's over. I'm not going to get another chance in that, and I don't think I want to anyway. It's, it was painful. I was listening to we've got the big floods, but it was because I was going to bring something else up. When I was watching that, it was this Marshall. I think he's covered many counties that he was kind of responsible for, and he was being interviewed on CNN, and he was talking about how we're resilient. We're just in a few days everybody have electricity, we'll have the water back, and we'll have this and this. And he said, 72 hours, people will be able to get some semblance of normality. He said, but the big problem is within the next few hours, the predators will arrive. All of the phony contractors and the phony insurance salesmen that say they will get you money to replace your, and they'll flock into California because they do after Florida, because they have at every one of these hurricanes. They have done that. And it made me think, and this is what brings us back on topic again, is that once we began to fail, all of the predators swooped in with that same kind of attitude of what can we pick off the bone here, the vultures. That was not pretty. But so my point is that's now, probably why
how did that manifest in this case?
Well, Tom Keefe helped with that, unfortunately, because he never met a liar. I think I'd mentioned the guy that had all the land in the Colombian forest that he was going to. I can get you $30 million in a week. I can leverage this. I'm just looking for the right investment. But he wasn't the only one. He was maybe the most blatant. But everybody had a story, And Tom knew all of the sinkholes in the world to go look for people like that. And as I told you, that is also what sunk the next version of this. I don't know why I was such an idiot. I swear. Anyway, so over that couple of years where I was licking my wounds more than anything, I was thinking, this is the thing in my education that's really missing. I mean, I've learned a lot about computers. I know a lot about this. I know a lot about that. But why we failed was this, so I need to learn this. No, because I'm not going to do that again. I don't need to know that again. I need to know how to hire guys that can do that maybe, but not that. But that's hindsight. And so my friend in Utah that had been really trying to get me to move up there again with this idea, kind of a hairy-fairy idea that, we'll find some more money and just do this thing over again. And I was saying, A, I don't want to, and B, it's not that easy, and C, you're crazy, and so on. But we'd done the recording studio together, so we had experience with one another and knew each other in that way. And I think I did tell you that we went up there, my wife and I at the time, and lived in Provo, Utah, which is an experience all in itself because it's 95% Mormon, and right next to BYU, which was interesting and kind of fun. BYU is a great school, but it was weird, and I don't mean that nobody was mean to us. In fact, it was the opposite of that,
Nobody's mean to you when they're trying to convert you.
No, they didn't try to convert me. I mean, they didn't understand. I mean, it was like you could see mothers walking down the street and say, "Look, there's a Christian." No, I mean, but they didn't.
He's not really wearing the magic underwear.
Right. That's right. No, and not even that. It was like it's just pointing out something at the zoo. Not so much that they. In fact, I was going to say she. The lady I was married to is an English girl I'd met in England, and made the mistake of marrying. Anyway, I took her to Provo, Utah. You can imagine what that was like, from the English high street.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a big mistake. But she had a daughter, and so what we found is she was in high school. She was just entering high school. We got up there and she's entered into the high school there. And we find that everybody wants to date her because, the Mormons have a lot of
Incest.
social. Okay, so like when you go to church on Sundays, you go to learn homemaking and how to raise your children, and it's all very, which I really kind of admire about that. But one of those areas I pay a lot of attention to is dating and early, because everybody's going to get married and you got to have kids because there's souls up there waiting for that. So it's a big deal. So they thought that it was really important for people to come and go out with her because she could never marry them, of course, but it would give them an experience of somebody who was different. Okay, so they're lined up to date her. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. It's a complete reverse of what you might think it might be, and it's very uncomfortable.
Oh, jeez.
And the other thing is, I have never. If I thought I'd met a lot of con men in California, nothing like Utah, because all you have to do is say you belong to the Church of Mormon, and everybody will buy something from you. So it's I had a saying up there that I felt like that in all of Utah there was only $1, and everybody kept screwing everybody else out of it. So, but I did learn a whole lot about accounting up there, and that was a fine thing. And I did eventually put it to use when I got back to California, but it didn't go well. I think I went through all this about how my friend up there who owned this company, it was a family business, said that he wanted me to leave the business because he'd raised enough money to start a new games network. And I said, well, to start off with, you got to have a new name. You cannot resurrect that company the way it's the condition it's in. And we came up with the idea that we could buy out all the debt and buy out everybody's stock, at a certain amount of money, and not near what it had originally been worth, but was right now, was worth nothing. So, and that when and everybody agreed that would be a good way to go about it because I'd found enough money, and so I had to give Tom Keith all of my titles. He became CEO, all this stuff, and so I remember sitting in that meeting and saying, well, how much money have you raised there? 20 million, something like that. No, 500,000 to start. And Tom looks at me like, oh, we could raise more than that. Well, of course we hadn't and didn't, and he never raised any anyway. So it was like, no, Tom, we can't, you've got a dead animal that you can't raise any money like that for. And I thought everybody understood that. So when I got there, of course, and the contract they were supposed to have that they'd sent me, which I'd signed and brought back down there, it apparently wasn't in its, I signed the part where I actually resigned from the company. But they didn't have the contract for the new company, but everybody said, oh, it's just a glitch. Bob Lieberman was really busy. Just give us a couple of days. We'll send it up to you. It'll all be signed. Everything's fine. And as I say, I'd already taken this on their word because I knew all these people, And so when I got back to Utah and didn't hear from anybody, after a week, I started to worry. And after a couple of weeks, I was really concerned, particularly because I couldn't get Tom on the phone anywhere, But I eventually did, and Tom said, oh, no, I found I can't remember where it came from, but, I found like $10 million, and, I can't turn that down. We got shareholders. And so that's when I got in the car, and I didn't know where I was going, but I just took off driving with my wife and stepdaughter until I got to Tucson, Arizona. I wasn't heading for Tucson, Arizona. I was just heading for someplace, any place. It's where I happened to end up.
Wow.
It's one of those things when you just are so frustrated and you're in deep trouble because you've given your word. I'm really big on keeping my word, and I'm being honest. I think if there's one reputation I have, that's the most important one to me. And I knew I was going to have to come back and tell my friend and the people he'd raised money from, who were friends of his that he'd gone to school with and everything. This isn't going to happen because I promised you something I couldn't deliver on. And then I don't want to go into any huge detail, but it was really terrible from there forward. I think I told you they raided my offices and took my computer with everything that was on it. Among those things, so I did tell him, I said, I've wanted to work on this game. And at the moment, I have this office, I have this engineer, I have a couple of engineers actually. While this is going on, I want to work on this play-by-mail game. Eventually, either I'll pay you back or this can be part of the business we're doing or whatever, but we can't just sit here. So that's how it came together to be a play-by-mail game in Utah. And of course, that all wrapped up when this other thing fell apart. So I wanted to get back to California as soon as possible. And my wife found a job there, and she had the car and all the money that we had, and I all but hitchhiked. Oh, actually, what happened was one of the engineers was going to California and he was able to hitch a ride with him. So I got a ride to California, and I was back in California.
Now, I do want to talk a little bit about the play-by-mail. Now, you play tested it. You play tested the game with BYU students
in Provo, Utah, right?
Yeah, and did it then go into full-blown production, and was it running?
So yes. When we ran the play tests, what we did, and in fact, we did it on we did the same thing on the first actual play-by-mail one thing. I had played regularly a game called Star Web, I think I told you, which is an antecedent. I talked to the fellow who ran and had developed that game, and we talked about the fact that, the similarities. He says, yeah, it's a lot like Star Web. And I said, yeah, but it's a lot better. But we had a big laugh over that because that was always a very successful game for him. And he kind of liked the idea. He didn't have any plans to ever upgrade what he was doing. But it was definitely one of the influences on creating this game. So we had a huge, on one wall, a big bulletin board. And we had all these little pins and flags and things. And so the 300 worlds were like 300, I think 350 actually, were pins on this big board. And then we used thread to tie people's universes together as they were going to planets and things like that. And a special pin or flag represented a player. And so you could see where each of their ships were by their flags. And so we could follow this whole thing in this big, very legacy way, this very, what's the word I'm looking for here? The opposite of digital.
Analog
way. Nice. Yes. So yeah, we're following this in analog. It really helped a lot because we could see where there were problems, and there's always little problems, little things that you need to iron out, changes to the rules, little things like that. And but yes, we were sending it out. That's what this thing was. This is a postcard here. We called ourselves Galactic Empires Inc. in Provo, Utah, and so we would put ads in all of the magazines for the there were magazines specifically for play-by-mail, and the ad would be, if you responded to this, you'd get this, and then you'd send this back, and it would start you out with a brand new homeworld and 5 Starfleets.
Nice. Now, I'm just trying to understand the economics of a play-by-mail game. So you have yourself, you've created the rules. I'm guessing you have at least some smaller, a small at least support
Basically
team.
2 engineers and a secretary and on occasion a part-time clerk. But see, here's the whole thing. I don't know if you looked at this rule book very closely, but I think there's here. This is the code that people send back in the play-by-mail. Okay, this is a list of it, and I'm once again hoping you can kind of see this.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay,
yeah.
It kind of shows how you make your moves in there, and you may have to look this up in terms of where this is in the book, and you just write down all these terms like this, and then somebody in our office, when it comes in, just types them into the computer. That's all. So there's no real it's not a labor intensive situation,
Yeah,
probably
for the listeners, what you just showed me was basically a list of verb noun combinations, very similar to what you would expect from a text adventure, like an Infocom game or something like that.
Exactly like that. Yes, very much like that. You don't have to give directions and things like that because it's kind of inherent in the actual command. World is over there, and we know that. If you're going to world 296, we know where that is. Actually, we don't even know, but the computer will know when you put it in. So it does not take anything much for somebody to type in the turns. The thing that was a pain in the ass, it took a little time, is that people can connect to each other. And when you're playing by play-by-mail, that means that if you're meeting a player and you want to send them a postcard or a letter or something like that, you can mail it to us and we'll put it in their mail with their turn when it goes back. So there is actually a connection on that level as well.
Interesting.
So that post office business was a bit of a pain.
Now, from a business standpoint, you're charging people by the move or by a monthly subscription? Monthly.
A monthly subscription, right.
And how many players did you have?
Probably not very many at that point. Maybe 150 or something like that. Not a lot of players. We were just getting started with it. And as I say, it was kind of a stopgap measure because I wanted to be doing something, So anyway, I think I don't know that maybe that bothered the people that maybe they thought, because when they came down and took all of our computers, of course they took all the game with them too. So there's nothing left in terms of the play-by-mail software or how we ran it or anything like that. But once again, it's not anything that's very hard to recreate if you ever wanted to, It's just another step in the evolution of the game. That's what I would say.
Interesting. And so this space based play-by-mail game, it essentially ends when you leave Utah and go back to California.
Without a computer, which to me was like without clothes.
Gotcha. And so what do you do then once you get back to Cali?
Well, I contacted a lot of my friends from the Games Network, actually. A lot of friends from various places because I had to find the first thing I did was get a job. And the reason this is funny, I won't take a long time with it, but I needed a job right away, so I applied at a temp agency. And I got hired to go to Pacoima, California. And I don't know if you know where Pacoima is, but it's railroad tracks country. It's anyway. So it is this company that sold paintings, copies, really nice paintings that went in people's houses that were copies of original paintings, but it wasn't illegal. They were just selling copies, but they were kind of expensive. So, and other furnishings, but primarily they sold these paintings. So in the back were all of these kind of tents and booths where people would come in and paint like 5 of them a day or whatever and get paid on a piece per piece basis. Pretty amazing place, really. But I came in to replace a lady that was going on pregnancy leave. So here I am, the top salesman at the company, and I'm his girl. And I was glad to have the job. So, I leapt in with both feet, So this is cool. I know where my next meal's coming from. I have, a roof and 4 walls. And here's something I can get my teeth into. So I took over this guy's desk for his secretary and helped set up new filing. And I found the one thing he couldn't do is he couldn't write a letter. So I wrote all of his letters for him, and just kind of took over that whole thing. So when that was over, like about 7, 8 months, I think it was quite a long time. No, it wasn't that long. 4 to 5 months, I guess. He was saying, "Gee, I wish you could stay." And I said, "Well, no, but it was really fun. It was fun to do that." But so that I got started that way, and then, as I said, the Jimmy Summers, who was the guy who was getting the games for us and who had been a talent agent before, and he was licensing the games for us at the Games Network, had become a partner with another fellow that had a post-production company right in North Hollywood. And so he knew I was looking for work, and he said, "Well, this is kind of a new production company that we're doing. We're collating music videos and things, and then creating these lease tapes for people to play in grocery stores or department stores or wherever they want to play this kind of stuff." So he'd make these compilations and do that. And so he said, "Why don't you come in and be our chief operating officer?" So see, my accounting was paying off.
Well, yeah, I mean, you had this very varied background, and that just opened up options.
Yeah, it gave me options. You're absolutely right. I mean, when I was the temp, I understood the computer so well. I mean, I knew what I was doing there, and the word processing, all that stuff. So it was just simple for me to do things that were kind of a tough thing for other people, and maybe that was a good thing. But anyway, I didn't feel demeaned in any way that I had this job, and quite liked it. Anyway, I went to work for them as a COO, and they were building a brand new facility actually in Anaheim Hills, which, as far as I know, was still there, but it was beautiful. And that was uncomfortable because I was living in North Hollywood and driving like 2 hours each way to try to get to work, but so that was a pain. But nevertheless, I did that for a couple of years, and then one of their clients, who was a production company, the Nealon Group, offered me a job. And by then, I'd been able to bring my wife back to Los Angeles, my English wife, and she went to work for Jimmy as well, and then we split up, and which meant really that we had to get different jobs. So she stayed at the production company, or at the post place, and I went to the production company as their general manager. So I got into film and video which that was just an adventure, I think. It was probably a good thing I wasn't married then. But yeah, it was because it was not like there was a lot of money in it. But it was really pretty fun putting together these little movie projects, everything from music videos to like Disney movies. We never did a huge film, but we did full movies too as well. So I got to learn a lot about that, how to do strip sheets and how to budget movies. Once again, my accounting paid off because I would budget all the movies, and pretty much I was the general dog's buddy.
Very cool. So You have to find a new job because your ex-wife gets the workplace in the divorce.
Kinda, yeah. I mean, okay, so yeah.
Sorry,
I
I
guess
always
there's no other way to put that.
I always hear people talk about, well, who gets the friends or something, but here
Yeah,
it's who got the
right.
workplace. Uh,
Yeah, so that's kind of I have never heard it put that way, but yes, I like that. So yeah, that's what happened, and but then the production company went out of business, and I moved to LA. One of the other people who had worked at the Games Network again was a lady who's, I think I told you, her mother had an accounting business, a personal accounting business with a pile of directors and producers and a couple of actors and things like that, and some other just um, Hollywood people, if I can put it that way, because I know one of them I worked for was a surgeon, a cosmetic surgeon, but at I'm trying to think of the address they were at, if that would mean anything to you, but it was just Beverly Hills adjacent on Sunset, and a very, very expensive shopping center. I mean, he was top flight, costly place to go get your boobs done. So, but so we,
sorry,
I,
sorry. There's nothing more Los Angeles than a plastic surgeon in a shopping mall just outside of
yeah,
Beverly Hills.
well, yeah, particularly one that where there's a Nordstrom's right next door, and the high end stores in the same block, basically. Oh
Wow.
goodness. So anyway, we had some wonderful adventures for about a year, and then her husband, which was a friend of mine too from the Games Network, that's how they met. They met at the Games Network, so I knew both of them. And her name was Jackie, and his name was Gary. And so Gary her whole family was in the film business, and so her brother was a grip, and so he got Gary after the Games Network into the business as a grip too, and he had his own grip truck and everything. So he'd gone to South Carolina, I think, or North Carolina, maybe North Carolina, for like a 4 month on location shoot as a grip. And so apparently while he was gone, he found love, which was not good for me or for Jackie, because when he came back and said that, and they had 2 children, so it was kind of like, I really love the kids, but I really love this woman more, and I'm going to leave you and go with them. And of course, you would have to know this one. It's funny, Jan and I were talking about her when we were talking. She is a bulldog, so he was not going anywhere there. And of course, being a male, I was in the wrong camp right off the bat. But it wasn't that so much as that she decided she didn't want to do this anymore. So she closed the business essentially, and I was kind of upset about that because she left me with a couple of clients, because all the clients were her mother's originally. So she left me with a couple of clients, but it was like the end of November, and then on December their contracts were up, and I couldn't get them back. So I was really kind of left out in the cold and felt kind of bad about it. But it turned out to be a good thing, because I became a software trainer at CompUSA. I think I told you that.
Yeah.
And then sort of a meteoric rise up to where I was the national high-end training manager, developing a entire certification training course for network engineers. And I don't know, are you familiar with Novell? The Novell networking?
Yes.
They have a whole university basically with several different kinds of certificates that you can earn. And those are like gold when you go out in the marketplace. So I basically reinvented that for CompUSA and started training engineers, network engineers. Eventually that didn't work out. They wanted me to move to Dallas. I liked living on the beach. So we parted amicably after I got paid a very nice separation. And then they started sending me corporate clients who needed who needed curriculum written for them for their the software they had written for their business, and they needed to train all of their operators or the people that were handling billing primarily. They were billing kind of things like that for China Air and Sprint, and I don't know, there was a number of them. And it worked out well for CompUSA because they are the ones that supplied all the training rooms, and where needed, they also supplied trainers, and they sent them all to Kansas City. That was for Sprint anyway, where I had hired instructors that would train them. And anyway, the whole thing was pretty golden as long as each project lasted. But I was an individual, so there was these spots when there wasn't any, I wasn't working. And when you're not working, you're not out hustling, right?
Oh yeah.
So I trying to remember. I know that's when I got approached by a recruiter for Transamerica to go to Transamerica and work on a legacy. They had 5 legacy systems that were built there, and the developer had been there for 2 years but had written no documentation at all, and their contract was up. And they were going to walk away with all this software that they were so dependent upon without any instruction manual or anything. So they hire me there's like less than a month to go to come in and try to document that,
Yeah.
Amazingly, somehow I got that done. And
wow.
Yeah, I got it done. The reason I got it done was because the developers themselves, and there was, I think, a team of like 7 or 8 of them there, didn't really care about that. Their contract was over. They didn't want to work with me. But who I worked with, it was the users. I'd go and sit down with them, and they'd tell me how they did stuff. It's around 1991.
Okay.
In 1990, I start working at the post-production house. And in 91, I'm still there. 92 and 93 at Neelan Group, doing film and video production. Then CompUSA 94 to the end of 95. Private consulting as a curriculum developer in 96 and in 97. And then in 98, I go to Transamerica.
Gotcha.
And as I said, what I did, okay, so I do have a lot of varied experience. And one of it is I'm pretty good with Photoshop. So what I would do is I would sit down with the users and I would basically paint their screens and then describe with arrows where things went and how it all went together like that. And then Transamerica gave me a team of programmers, and I would just go to them and say, okay, this is how this system works, and they would just document that. So, or basically they wouldn't even do that, but they tell me. I would sit with them and they tell me, and then I would just document that and turn that into a document. So basically, even after those other guys left, I still was able to pull the documentation out on how everything worked for a user. When you get down to it, it's really not that difficult to figure out also technically what's going on. One of them was a clock program that contained all of the automatic stuff that was happening in all the other programs, and I got to understand it pretty well. Then in 1999, I got recruited through a friend of mine who worked at. Let me make sure I get him at the right place. It was ABC, I think. He was a VP at ABC, and he had a lot of friends in Hollywood, and one of them had a deal. God, I can't believe it. Things that come out of Hollywood. Somehow with the government to build software for them for Section 8 people to compete. They had a contract to build a beginning 101 course for Section 8 residents to give them, So I built a whole program for that, which was really pretty fun. It was based on having a record label, and I recruited, with the help of these people in Hollywood, a bunch of kind of executives and some artists and things that would even pretend to be part of these companies as they built them, where they could send letters to them and then they get letters back, and they'd sign an artist contract and they'd go through the whole thing. They wouldn't go into a recording studio, but they would say, okay, well, now there's masters. Now we have to send out things to get people to play the records, and then we have to contract all the record stores and things. And so it was the whole thing and running anyway, I liked it. And I thought people in Section 8 would be people that would like that kind of thing, because it involved music and was something kind of a popular thing to work with.
Well, I was going to say that this must have also been connected with making hardware available to the people.
Computers.
Computers, yeah. Were they getting machines in their homes? Was it like a computer center that was being set up and administered?
Well, they're Section 8 housing, so they're in housing where they're in buildings where they would just dedicate a room.
Okay.
All that would be handled that way. So
gotcha.
I wasn't part of that. All I was doing was building the curriculum.
Okay.
I would go to D.C. like once a month. Into this kind of Georgetown area. We'd go sit in a room in one of those brownstones, so there was all different kinds of people were involved in this in other ways, vendors and everything like what you're talking about. But I was just doing the curriculum, and I liked that. But suddenly that went off the table. I don't really know why. I was never given an explanation. It was just like, well, we're not doing that anymore. It was for U.S. Health and Human Services. Yeah. So then after that, I was looking for work again, and a fellow that I'd worked with at Transamerica had got hired as the IT manager for a Hallmark television project. Actually, it was called the Odyssey Network at the time, and Hallmark bought it to turn into a Hallmark channel, which I don't know. Do you know what a Hallmark channel is basically about? When they talk about Hallmark movies, you know what they're talking about, pretty right? Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah, kind of romance stuff and things like that. So they were making that changeover, and he brought me in for a four-week look at the legacy database they had bought when they bought Odyssey. It was actually a Christian television network, and the database was, I don't know, if they had databases in the time of the early Egyptians, it would have been that. You've done better with a piece of, scrap of paper in terms of how that would work, And it was pretty easy to say, this is worthless. You need to start all over. But I never thought they would ask me to do it. That was the weird part.
Why not?
Well, because I didn't graduate from college. I didn't have a degree, and certainly not in computer sciences or databases or anything else. But I had, and this is just serendipity, because I was still had in the back of my mind, I wanted to do this computer game, Imperial Wars. I had started a data certification course at the University of Washington, long distance. Yeah. So I was learning about databases, and I was learning about tables, and I was learning about how to put all this together. At the same time, then they suddenly said, well, why don't you build us a new system? And like kind of an idiot, I said, sure. And my friend there said, yeah, come on, do it, And I said, I don't really have the background for this. And he said, no, I saw Transamerica, you can do this. It turns out he was right. I really could. I thought it was a really good system. As I think I told you, though, it was built for one channel, and I had already written the manuals. So I was used to doing that. That was easy. And starting the training for everybody that needed to have this information system. When the people from corporate in Europe showed up and said, what are you doing? I'm explaining what I'm doing and feeling kind of weird that I have to explain this. They've got a CEO you could ask him what I'm doing. or the IT manager or somebody. But this is, so they said, okay, well, we're calling in somebody from Europe to analyze it and see if it's something we can use. And that went on for like a month or two, and stopped the training. So I was kind of in limbo. And then eventually, they called me into a guy's office, and he said, well, we're not going to use it, and here's the reason why. We have multi-channels in Europe, and also we have established vendors, and so we're going to get it from them. This doesn't really say anything about your work here. It was fine, and there's some nice innovative pieces, but it's for a single system. So we talked about the possibility of making a multi-system, and we decided it'd just be easier to go with off-the-shelf software for that. So we're going to give you 6 months severance, but you got to come in every day. Not severance and you can walk away, but you have to sit in your office doing absolutely nothing. So
that's a tax dodge at some level. That has to be.
It is like, you've got to have an employee there sitting in that seat, whatever, right? So I saw it as an opportunity because I'd been working on the the Imperial Wars game. So I saw that as an opportunity to continue on working for that. So for like 6 months, I sat in my office, looked out over a roof on up in North Hollywood, and worked on the Imperial Wars game. So when I left, and with my savings and everything, is when I actually hired my friend Bruce Dean, as I said, the artist, and this programmer from Alaska to start doing Imperial Wars.
Now, the Imperial Wars that you're constructing at this point, do you consider doing it as a mail-based game again at any point?
Oh, God, no. So, okay, so... I've written this someplace, but when this idea first came up about Imperial Wars, and I could at some point go through all of the various influences on why we thought we could do this, including Tom Keith's observation that you could go two-way on cable, was an interactive television series for the Fantasy Channel, which Tom made up. And so I'm making up content to go on this channel, thinking that maybe there's a way to actually do a television series where you have options on what happens at a particular point in the episode, and then whoever wins in the voting, that's what goes on in the next. I didn't know I was going to do all this. I'm just telling this conceptually, but the idea was it was going to be kind of a Star Trek-y kind of thing, if you can. That seemed like a hot thing to do. So once I no longer had a cable television network to mess with, to play with, that pretty much was gone as an idea, right? And I thought, well, I'm never going to get to do this again, but I'm really interested in the story, and I love the game concept. And so, play by mail came up. And I thought, well, let's see if I could do it as play by mail. And of course, that didn't really work out, even though it worked out that it worked. It just didn't work out as a feasible thing to do. And maybe it wouldn't have worked out, as you say, as a business, really, which I seem to be less interested in at that time. I have never been really driven by making money at things. Did
you ever try to do a cost analysis to figure out how many subscribers you would have needed to pull it off?
No. Okay. No. It was really, as I say, at that time, we thought we were going to be doing something entirely different, which was the television entertainment network that was going to be taking over from Imperial. So, I'd already started setting up meetings with various. It was, so this was kind of a sidelight, and I can't say that I actually knew where it was going. It was just this thing was cooking in my head, and I had an office. I had two engineers, and they were sitting around twiddling their thumbs. I showed them the information that I'd already developed and interested in, and they started working on this with me, and it just got to be a thing to do while we were waiting for something else to do. You know what I mean? So it wasn't that project in that way. It was just like, this was something that just cooking around in the back of my head, and it was going to come out somewhere, maybe my ears, but it was going to come out somewhere. But I did have a different feeling about it and a different approach about it when we did it online. And I got hip deep in the game business at that point. I was going to CES. Well, yes, but then it became E3.
That's right.
And,
yeah, E3 is.
Yeah, they broke away from. Yeah, they broke away from that. It was on some panels. Got to know a lot of people. Always hoped I would find somebody else that would invest in but one thing I can tell you, it's when you do something that isn't like everybody else, it's really hard to find people that will put money up for it, because you can't give them a comp and say, okay, well, see how this worked, like this. Here I am saying that there's this great game and you can play it online, but it's not really an MMO RPG. It's not really a this, or it's not really a that. It's this, and it's hard to explain. However, I can only tell you, it was a hoot. Every game was a science fiction movie. So many people got into the idea. To do well, you really had to kind of play your character, because you had to compete with other people to trade secrets, to all the kind of things that you could. Remember a game called Diplomacy?
Yes.
Parlor game, basically. No pieces. It was just, you negotiated with everybody and then you started all over each turn. There was a great deal of diplomacy in this game when I developed it. That was a huge influence in the game. And in fact, I think you might have seen that in Aaron's message about, that some people get money for holding things, some people get money for trading things, some people get money for capturing things, so you have all of these disparate roles that people need another character to complete their abilities, and you have to compete for that. So you do it a lot of times by being an interesting character,
So
and
now I have to ask, are you running this as a functional economy? So are you trying to simulate an economy? So somebody has to produce these things, otherwise they don't exist in the game? Or is it just simply the simulation they have to go to a
Okay, so that's a really interesting question. And I decided definitely not. First of all, one of the problems that I had with the multiplayer games is they didn't end. And I wanted games that ended so you could play again. And in fact, you could play in more than one game at the same time. You could be playing this universe, and you could play in that universe. You could play as an entirely different person, an entirely different persona. Your anonymous self was up here, and it ran these things, but nobody knew you as anything except the person that you were in that game. And you played to the end of that game. Somebody won, other people lost, and then you started over again. And you could get, you could win things that you could hang in we didn't get to this part yet, but where you could hang them in your war room, that you won this, or you won this game or whatever. So you had things that you could show if people wanted to go and look at your war room. So, but the game was so all encompassing, Carl, because you got an email. You remember IRC chat by any chance? There was chat rooms that people could go to or playing in the same game. And people could call each other on the phone if they wanted to give each other phone numbers. You could go to somebody's house and play with them if you wanted. I mean, there was no way that you couldn't play this game that was illegal.
Interesting. Now, the interactions, and just so that
except for hacking is not allowed.
Well, just for the sake of the listeners, now there is the old website through archive.org that'll be in the show notes. Now this is very much a menu-driven system with some
not all the links
maps.
go anywhere because it's legacy.
But you also had multiple windows open. I'm guessing those would also change depending on which type of situation the player's in at that moment.
Yes, when you look at that manual, eventually you'll see the graphics show the various screens and things like.
And the manual that you're talking about here, is that something that we'll be able to link to as a PDF? Oh, that's very pretty.
That's the war room. And so your character from there can do everything. And you notice there's all these little chyrons in place where you can control things. And this represents the little worlds that are in your universe that you're going to go off into and stuff. So down here explains them what's going on with that. And then when you look at your maps, you see actual little worlds. You can see what you've discovered and things like that, So, I mean, it's very graphic. It's not animated, but very graphic, if that makes sense.
No, and it has an amazing art style. It really does pop wonderfully. Now, this was one of those things.
Anybody can. By the way, that manual is available on that Imperial War site. If people wanted to download it, you can download it there. I can't tell you exactly where because I don't remember, but it's there.
Now, I have another question here because obviously the pacing of the game, the original, like you said, at least a few days between turns and so forth.
The play-by-mail, yes.
Yeah, the play-by-mail. So now when you're trying to design the game for the online version, and and you still said people have to wait for everybody to take their turn or for a clock to run down. How did you make the decision? At first, how long did the clock run? And second, how did you make that decision? I mean, what was the play testing like as to how long people were willing to wait? How long was too little time for people to react, et cetera, et cetera?
Believe me, they told us. They told us. And so that was more trial and by an error than anything else. I wish that we had been able to have an AI that was smart enough to sort of judge how fast the players wanted to play. But the problem is things get really complex as you get later in the game because you're interacting with other players. And you need time for them to respond, and they may be responding with other players as well. I mean, there's people would end up all with whole fleets together, or synchronizing how their moves would work with one another. They would be. You had the ability to ally with other players, and you had the ability to declare other people enemies, and that gave you different rights against them or with them. So there was this alliance issue, as well as this general issue that if you're a trader, you need to work with somebody who will give you goods to trade. And if you're a baron, you need to own worlds. You don't need to control them necessarily, but you need to own them. So you have a relationship with somebody where you're kind of the landlord.
Okay.
So with all that kind of stuff going on, as the game gets more complex, but in the initial parts of the game where you can't meet anybody until the fourth turn. You have to establish the worlds around you, and get your little empire started, and then you start running into people, and then the fun starts.
Gotcha.
And there's a few wormholes.
That's always convenient to be able to move around.
Yes. And if you blow up a world, if you blow up a system, you will create a black hole. And people that go there will be tossed somewhere in the universe. There's a lot of little things. You can collect gems. You can collect jewels of power. You can collect. I can't quite remember. But I mean, there's and you don't have to buy them. Like I hate games where you got to go in and buy stuff. but some things are collectibles, and other things actually are powerful. They change things. You can get a jewel of power that will shield your fleet, any fleet that it's on, things like that.
Oh, cool.
So
Now, yeah. So
I was
game
going to
is
say,
running.
I know you don't have too much time left with me in this episode.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it was a long day, and like I said, the last 3 days has been kind of crazy.
This
Yes.
is where Imperial Wars has ended up.
AG Entangled, Book 1.
Of the Quantum Memories trilogy. So the other books are AC Enhanced and AC Uplifted. I'm really close to the first book's almost finished. The second book is all done in first draft, and the third book I've got lots of notes for, because I already know the end of this. I started with where this trilogy ends, and then went back to what they call it, media res.
Now,
So,
are you going to be? Is the book already available, the first volume, or is it?
unfortunately not, but I'm still in my writing group. I'm still reading it to them. I'm still getting final comments from people and things like that. So, but I'm on the last draft of the first book. I'm about, I want to say, a third through what I think will be the final draft. I'm very excited about it. Did I put it to you this way? I always knew what the universe was like, because that was the backstory for the game. I mean, the book is the backstory to the backstory, because the backstory to the game is a universe full of worlds, and out of 350 worlds, 16 of them have an ancient portal that will take you to another world. It's been turned off for 1,000 years, but now when the game starts, they're all turned on for the first time, and everybody begins to explore this universe that's been left alone for all this time. It's a civilization that has gone post physical, and moved on. They become so intelligent and so smart. They've gone into a universe that's basically thought. So the book goes to the place where before those gates were turned off, when there was actually a universe and when they were all working. So it follows the game loosely. I mean, I don't feel constrained by the game. That means that I can't fictionalize it, but never before did it have people in it. So the fun part to this has been putting people in it and having characters react to it. So it's ending up to be what you would call a new adult kind of book. It's like somewhere between Star Wars and The Expanse. It's not as flimsy as Star Wars, but it's not as complex as Brandon Sanderson or Peter F. Hamilton or people like that. So.
Okay, interesting. I can put it into a context then. Now, any chance of bringing back the game, either as a promotional tool or as a addendum to the book?
I don't have any plans to do that. No. It's always been a dream of for me that maybe one of my kids would want to do that, because they're programmers and stuff like that, but they show no interest. So, so it's unlikely that that's ever going to happen, unfortunately.
Gotcha. So that brings us into the last 10 years or so of your life. Overlooked something.
Oh
no, sorry. That was all part of the Cal Pipe. I saw the IT manager thing and I thought, wait, is that a different headline? No.
Yeah. I kind of semi-retired at that point, really, and I was doing work for a conduit company, very unexciting work. The work wasn't unexciting at all. I was an IT manager, so I had a hell of a time. I had a lot of fun. When I met him, the guy lived in a house and had one salesman that worked out of his garage and with a satellite on the outside of his house, and he would buy stuff from overseas, and his salesman would find places to sell it, and mostly pipe and really uninteresting things in that sense. But by the time I left with him, 6 months after I stopped working for him, he sold his company for like $50 million and retired. It was international. His manufacturing was all done in China. And so the IT business part of that was quite extensive, and I had a lot of fun putting that together. So,
but no stock options.
No, we had a handshake agreement that he would help me. He'd finance my game, but he didn't do it, which is one of the reasons I left. So,
yeah,
those handshake agreements, Dan. He said, "Larry, help me make my first million, and you'll make your game." Oh well, how quickly we forget.
So now you're busy writing. And
I like that. I don't have to manage anybody or responsible for anybody else's life. If I fuck up, it's me.
I was going to ask, is there no itch for another game?
No. No. I'm fascinated by games still, but so I first started off in music, as you know. In fact, we did mention in there, I spent 8 years writing 2 memoirs about the time I spent in the music business as a player, as a musician and singer. But when I walked away from music, I didn't want really anything more to do with it. And I went into managing. You were talking about going from being creative, doing to management, going to creative, doing management, and so on. I kind of think I've walked in and out of those different personas over life. And that's why I feel so comfortable right now. I'm not concerned about whether I make a nickel on this book. I'm concerned about can I write a book that I can put on my bookshelf and feels like it belongs right next to the great science fiction readers that inspire me. And that's my goal. I may end up having to self-publish it. If I do, that's fine. I did pretty well with the memoirs self-published, and so trust me, I think this would be a lot easier than memoir. Memoir's tough, and particularly when you're doing a memoir of a band that was an almost. I have to say that to people sometimes. All of the things that you could want to happen to you in a band happened to us in our band. I mean, it's like totally amazing. Did we end up being Three Dog Night? No, but Three Dog Night started because of us. We were the model for them. 2 days ago, my niece, through Lori, who's getting married, sent me an email and asked if she could play one of our songs at her wedding for her dance. And I said, yes, of course. And then I looked at the label, and it was Richie Podler had been our engineer who produced all the Three Dog Night hits. I mean,
wow.
We recorded in the same studio that Fleetwood Mac's recorded Rumors, or part of Rumors at least. I mean, we've been there, done that. We opened a room at Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas within a few months after the hotel opened, when it was just so brand new, and the whole, before Vegas was the kind of venue it is now.
Yeah.
And at the same time, we went from there to playing at Gazzari's in Hollywood. So I mean, it was like, in the Hullabaloo, we were playing with many of the legends of the time, so all of these things happened which made it really a fun ride. And writing the book about it was just and that book's done. That first book, I think I sent it to you. I hope you take a look sometime. I think you might get.
No, it's it's as soon as I get some time next week. I finally have a little bit of a window.
I'm surprised that you have time enough to do this with me.
Alas, I digress, and it is getting late. So,
okay,
Larry,
right. Get some rest. Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Take care, pal.
I hope you've enjoyed another Video Game Newsroom Time Machine interview. You can leave us comments on Twitter, Instagram, and if you like what we're doing here, drop us a couple of bucks on Patreon. All the links are in the description below.